Click on media. 30 seconds. What's up, peeps? We're live. K-Dog and Tom.
Do you feel live?
I feel live.
Do you feel live?
Are you alive?
I feel live.
I'm alive.
I feel weird.
Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to explain you what we're doing, and then we're never going to speak of this again. So, technical things evolve.
You know what's going to trip me out all night?
What?
That cable right there across the...
That cable? Oh, there is a cable right
Isn't
there.
that funny?
Let's
Oh, don't take it away.
You said it was tripping you out, dude.
I know, but it'd be funny to just...
Oh. All right. So, I'll already know we're broadcasting live from Black Ring Spirits in the Black Ring Spirits studio. Paul is off tonight, so it's Tom and I.
Hi.
Phil's here. Lori's here.
Hi, Lori.
Some things are going to be different tonight. For a myriad of technical issues we're not going to bore you with. But what that means is we have no real microphones, so we're using the microphone that's built into the camera. We have no headphones.
Well, we don't need headphones.
No, but I'm just letting people know that we're doing this a little bit different
Well, they can
than
see
normal.
we don't have headphones.
God damn it, Tom.
We're doing TikTok dances. Just get to
TikTok
it. Let's
dances. TikTok dances. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Anyway, so we're here. We're live. We're good. Again, Paul's got tonight off. He'll be back with us next Sunday. Dennis is homesick with a massive bug, flu, ickiness, crudiness thing.
It's going through my house, though. It's
Yeah.
not just him.
So that's part of the that's part of the
F-bomb.
change of what we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah,
So
F-bomb is sick, and the cabin boy is sick. I think I'm an
The
island.
cabin boy.
So any
why I call it.
positive, constructive feedback on what you're seeing tonight, the audio, all of that, I'd love to hear it. Any snarky comments about how it doesn't sound as good as normal, whatever, you can go F yourself. And we'll just navigate the show. We'll just make it
We're
work.
going to be fine.
I think it'll be great.
Yeah.
I am curious how the mic is picking up in radio land. So if you guys have any positive,
clear.
constructive feedback,
It was clear.
let me know.
Yeah, you relax a little bit.
Okay. Happy Sunday, buddy.
Yeah, happy Sunday, man.
4 hours of me and you. Oh, by the way,
I feel so bad.
no commercials, no commercial breaks, no interruptions. Just 4 hours of Tom and I. How did you get to be so lucky?
With an open bar.
With an open bar.
In a distillery.
Well, I will not be drinking tonight because on top of all this, my Jeep is acting up on me again, and I have a check engine light.
Yeah,
Flashy check engine lights.
actually, that kind of brings me. You brought it up. So that brings me to an observation here.
Yes, give me your observation.
Okay. When you came in, you were talking about how fuck my life. How can things get any worse?
Well, I didn't say F my life, but
Well,
I did express my
but
frustration.
Right. And you came in, that things can't possibly get any worse. And I did warn you, right? And I warned you.
And then the computer.
I warned you.
Yeah.
And then the computer shit the bed and all the other problems.
Yes.
So it kind of, you know what it does? It makes me miss the whiteboard. The whiteboard from the station, yeah. Because in great big blue letters on that whiteboard, once upon a time, for a while, it said Tom was right.
Is our Facebook streaming, Rick? Rick, we love you, by the way. Hope you could be on the show sometime.
Yeah.
Rick said that Facebook does not appear to be streaming only YouTube, but we're getting Facebook just fine, right? That's what you're looking on.
I'm looking on Facebook.
Yeah. Let me check our Facebook.
It says John's watching, and Kevin's watching, and Lori's watching, and Paul's watching.
Well, I'm not watching on Facebook, though.
I'm watching on Facebook. And now we have a cool feedback loop.
Yeah. We'll fix it. Oh, it's something over at Phil's space over there. All right. So anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll be good to go. We'll get it all handled. We are trained professionals. Don't try this at home. All right, please. Thank you. Oh, Rick said it's good now. All right. So listen. Before we get into any other topics, may I opine?
No, please.
Okay.
Please.
I'm gonna opine.
Please. But just remember, Tom was right.
Tom is always right.
Tom's always right.
Except for when he votes libertarian.
No, that's when I'm especially right.
Yeah, and yet you lose every time. So can you be right and lose at the same time?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's very philosophical.
So listen,
We're far too sober for that kind of philosophy.
the demonization of the federal employee is getting a little bit out of hand.
Okay.
Let's just and again, I am completely biased as a federal employee.
Sure.
So you can discount everything I'm about to say in the next 5 minutes of this rant. Or you could take what I'm about to say as a little bit of insider knowledge that most of you don't have access to and take that into consideration. So the demonization of the federal employee is way out of hand. Trump administration came out this week after the inauguration and basically said we're sending everybody back into the office, signed a whole bunch of executive orders. Now, I get it. I understand it. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Returning the federal workers back into the office would make sense if multiple things were true. One, if the data supported that federal workers work better in the office. Two, if the offices had adequate space to house the federal employees that they were bringing back. And three, if federal agencies were staffed appropriately to be able to lose the massive amounts of employees that Elon Musk is calling for them to lose. So let's address these one at a time. One, I can't speak for any other agency, but I can speak for mine. Every piece of data that has been shown to us that we've seen showed that since COVID, when work from home increased, we were already working from home 4 days a week, but they made us 5 and made us not come into the office at all. All the data shows that our agency performed at a higher level, processed more claims, did all the work at a better rate and a higher quality and all of that we were doing before.
Well, and to support that, that was found to be true across private sector too.
Yeah, private sector as well.
Yeah.
So the idea that somehow federal employees are at home slacking off, fondling their private parts on taxpayer dollars is flawed and incorrect, at least from my experience. That's one. Two, there's not enough space. Most federal offices, once the Telework Communications Act or whatever it was signed in 2020, most federal agencies got rid of federal space. They didn't want to occupy extra space that they weren't going to be using, so they closed it. So you don't have enough room. Where are you going to put people? You're going to bring people back into the office but not have them with a place to work? By the way, how's it worked out with the DEI stuff? Like, I'm totally okay with scaling back the government's DEI, but what did Trump do? They closed all the DEI offices, and then they put the staff on paid leave. So now you're paying them to do nothing? Is it better than paying them to do something that you think is wonky? Or pay them to do nothing because that's what they're doing?
Wait a second, though. Because if they're trying to be efficient, I would hope, the way I would handle it is take your departments that are going away, like DEI, most of that's going away, and you yourself have even said that the middle management side of the most bureaucratic offices, middle management's bloated.
I would agree.
Okay, so get rid of your middle management. Right? Now you need fewer office spaces. I don't think anyone's suggesting...
No, hold on.
I don't think anyone's suggesting, though, that we downsize the customer interface.
But Musk is. Musk and Ramaswamy, and by proxy Trump, have advocated for losing a third of the federal workforce. They want a third of the federal workforce.
But they haven't defined what that is, have they? Not that I've seen anywhere.
Well, pulling everybody back into the office means you're going to lose front-facing peeps. You're going to lose a lot of front-facing peeps.
Probably. So some of that middle management?
Some of that will be middle management, but a lot of it will be front-facing. A lot of that will be
So
front-line.
demote your middle management that wants to stick around and give them a front-facing job.
You can't do that.
Why?
Because you I don't know how the non-bargaining unit employees work. Lori's probably a better asset to talk about that than I am. But I think, and I don't know what the federal law is for it either, like whether or not it's a right to work contingency where, can you fire people who have been doing their jobs at an adequate level with adequate performance reviews for no better reason other than the fact that you don't want them there anymore? Like, I don't know how that works federally. I don't know what the precedence for that.
Service?
Yes.
Okay, then.
But they're non-bargaining unit employees. So there's bargaining, which
Right,
are
yeah.
which are non-management, which are in union contracts, which we'll talk about in a second. But then you have the management, which is not under union contract,
Right.
and they're non-bargaining union. I don't know how any of that works. I just don't know.
I don't either.
It
So-
would be considered an inline demotion if they went to the front line.
It would
because-
not be inline. They would go backwards.
Right, but
Yeah.
inline demotion, meaning that they were at this level as a manager, they stay in that product or
That
whatever,
pay rate.
but then they go down to whatever the front line
Yeah.
is. And then, of
And-
course, they're not going to keep them there because that's too expensive.
And none of them can do the job. Like, I'm not knocking middle management, but don't ask my boss to do my job. Dude can't do it. Dude's not trained on it. It's not what he's expected to do. He is a manager of people. So he handles performance reviews and tracking and errors and personnel issues. He's not trained to do my job. If you took my boss and said, go do what Kevin does, you'd have to send him back to training. And I'm not knocking him because I couldn't do his job. It's not what I'm trained for. The largest issue is the impact that this is going to have on the average American. And let me explain 2 examples. The Internal Revenue Service, when you call right now, you're on hold for 4 hours before the phone line disconnects and they tell you to call again later. Now, you can argue if the IRS is a viable agency, if they actually serve a productive purpose for the American taxpayer. You can argue whether or not they do anything good at all, if the agency is too bloated, if the tax code is too massive.
So that's the problem right there.
Right.
If we fix the tax code, then it no longer becomes a laborious issue
Exactly.
to work through.
But here's the problem. Trump and Musk and Ramaswamy can purge a whole bunch of people out of the federal government by a stroke of a pen. But they can't fix the tax code. The tax code has to be fixed by Congress.
So force them to.
Well, how do you force them to?
By cutting the workforce.
Well, but hold on. But again, the problem is, how are you going to disadvantage people in the meantime?
yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be a symptom of the fix.
But it can't be. We are creating in this country millions of people that owe taxes to the federal government through no fault of their own.
Right.
And due to the negligence of the federal government.
Right.
Not the IRS.
So you've got to forgive that.
Well, but they're not going to. The one thing Republicans have shown us is they don't want to forgive anything. Student loan debt, we're not going to forgive that.
But
They might bail out some banks, but they're not going to forgive individual debt, no matter how much it makes sense. So, hold that thought.
Okay.
So here's what we're doing. We're going to get rid of a third of the IRS, and now all these people that are trying to call to get their tax questions answered, set up payment arrangements, find out why they owe, dispute their bill, request a reconsideration. All of those options are going to be whittled down because there's going to be less people that are performing them. And you're going to have more people owing and more people unable to address their questions because there's less people there.
where
And-
are the cuts coming from, though? We don't know where the cuts are coming from.
Well,
Because you could argue 30% of the IRS bloat is just middle management.
but again, as I said a minute ago, when you start making everybody come back to the office, you're going
Right.
to lose a lot of people at the front end. You might
Yeah.
lose those middle management, but you're
Right.
going to lose a lot of people like me who are at the front end of it, directly interfacing with, working for, working on behalf of, addressing the needs of the taxpayer, the veteran, the customer, the client, whatever, right? And so you're right. They might save a lot of money getting rid of middle management, but they're also going to get rid of a lot of frontline employees.
Right.
So in my agency, the agency that helps veterans, you're going to tell me that we want to get rid of a third of the employees and you want to impact veterans that bad? You want veterans who are injured in service not to be able to get their claims addressed? I'm not talking about health care. I cannot talk about health care at the VA medical system. I don't work on that side. I know nothing about it. You can ask me questions and say your thoughts, and my response is going to be, I don't know. But on my side, where you're addressing veterans who are injured in service, applying for disability claims, mental health claims, PTSD, military sexual trauma, all of that stuff, you're going to whittle the agency down by a third and expect that you're giving them quality service when the manpower is limited enough right now that you're not able to give them the type of service that you want to give them. So how do you address that? You're going to inconvenience everybody. Now, I have a solution that Elon Musk actually put up before the election, which is, if they're working from home, I want to put trackers on their government computers.
Wait, you don't already have that?
Well, let me explain. Not all agencies have trackers. Some have mouse trackers, which are horse crap. Okay? Because your mouse tracker, you can buy a thing off of eBay or off of Amazon for $9.99.
Oh, it's
Or-
a mouse treadmill.
That's a mouse
Or-
treadmill.
Yeah. Better yet.
I've seen those.
Just run your dryer. It
Or
works.
something. If you put your mouse on that
you
mouse,
put your mouse on the dryer?
Yep.
yeah,
that's
if you
fine.
put your mouse on anything that'll move it around, it'll work. And so,
Yep.
and Musk has acknowledged that.
Yeah,
Sure.
So what Musk wants to do is put on government computers another kind of tracker, and it's a data tracker.
Right.
It tracks the transfer of data for upload and download. Because if you're working and not doing anything,
Yep.
you're not going to have data transfer.
Right.
Now, I would argue that I could put my computer on YouTube
I was just going to say,
and I'd
why
be
not
fine.
just watch a movie?
But whatever. At my job, we have a different tracker. We have a system that tracks what I do and how often I do it and how many points I earn working claims so they can track me. I'm not earning points for like bonuses or performance or whatever, but they keep track of points based on the difficulty of what I do, how long it took, all of that, and they maintain that. And then every month, my boss goes back and looks at my points and says, "You've met what your work requirement is for this month," or "You've exceeded." I always exceed. I'm that damn good. Or you failed. You're below. That should meet the criteria. Because if the argument is we don't want people working from home because they're not doing the job, well, I just gave you a tool that is already in place in my agency and probably in several other agencies that allows them to track it, which makes this null and void. The federal government would save far more money if they closed down these offices. If they stopped paying for custodial and security and internet and power and voice over IP and clerical and printers and all of that stuff that they don't need to do in a conventional office by telling schmucks like me to work from home and pay for my own internet, which the government doesn't supplement me for my internet, pay for my own power, pay for my own heat, all of that good stuff. They would save money.
Yeah,
You wouldn't need all the federal protective services at all these offices because you wouldn't have to have all these offices because you wouldn't have people there anymore.
I agree, but you're also where's the building you have to report to?
Seattle.
Seattle, downtown Seattle.
Downtown Seattle.
And it's a graveyard.
It is downtown Seattle a graveyard? Yes.
It's a morgue.
Yes,
right?
but why is it a morgue though?
Well, for a whole world of problems.
Yes.
Right. And I'd like to say that if everyone returns to the downtown areas for just work, right? I mean, you're going to revitalize an entire lunch culture and the after work culture, and people going out to have lunch at their favorite noodle shop. And now that little mom and pop noodle shop is going to benefit from the lunch rush, and the same thing about after dinner drinks. And if people are meeting downtown in person like human beings again, like, hey, let's go talk about this contract, this whatever at the bar down there.
Yeah.
I mean, it costs more, but it brings things back.
Agreed. And as a bar owner, I don't mean to step on your toes because I know you have a unique view in this as a small business owner
Right.
that benefits from people being in your area.
Yeah.
But let me suggest this. It is not the government's job to save businesses that cannot adapt.
Agreed.
Okay?
No,
So if
I
I have a
totally agree.
storefront in downtown Seattle near where the federal building was, and I no longer have people coming in because the federal building doesn't have people in office, then maybe as a business owner, I need to learn to adapt my model in such a way that will make me profitable in that space.
Agreed, but right now we're talking about one building. Right, the federal building.
Right.
How many of those other businesses, all those high rises that aren't domiciles, but those business high rises,
yeah.
how many of them are vacant?
I don't know.
A lot.
I mean, most
And they're
of them.
not coming back.
No, they're not coming back.
But it's
But-
not just remote. That's not the only reason. Seattle keeps going with
Right,
all the
well, I mean,
taxation.
yeah,
And
we have the
they're
political
bringing-
problem,
Yeah, they're
sure.
bringing the head tax,
Yes.
and then they're bringing other taxes.
Sure, I mean, we have all the
And
political problems.
Anybody that has a business over $8 million in payroll
Mm-hmm.
has this very high tax that's coming into effect.
Right.
I'm sorry. Have you met a business that's successful in Seattle that isn't having $8 million a year in payroll?
I have no idea.
And here's the other issue.
I mean, $8 million a year in payroll. I could dream to grow to that size.
Right. But what I'm saying is,
and we'll get to your
Amazon's
comments.
out.
We'll get to your comments in chat in a sec. So
Yeah.
great comments in chat coming
Yeah.
in. We'll respond to those in a minute.
Amazon's out. They're going to
Sure.
keep moving everybody over to Bellevue until they find another headquarters
Yeah.
they want to land to.
Right. And I can see Amazon taking their management and having them work remote. You know, the only people that you need a brick and mortar for are your warehouse spaces for your goods and services you're moving around, and the trucks that you need.
They want them back in office 5 days a week.
Yep.
They've already gone.
Yep. They all. Amazon's back in office
Yeah.
5 days a week. Andy mentioned that in the chat.
Okay.
And listen, I'm not making this discussion about private business at all. Like, private business can operate however private business wants to.
Sure.
But I would argue it is far more cost effective to close down a lot of these federal buildings
Yeah.
that don't need to have customer interaction, right?
Right.
So the VA has a front lobby desk where they have veteran contact. Okay, that's got to be downtown. You've got to have that somewhere.
Right.
But that could be at the federal courthouse. And you could consolidate some of this stuff. They could have an
Is there
office.
enough room at the federal courthouse?
I'm speaking hypothetically.
okay.
There are federal
Okay.
buildings all over Seattle, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
you could combine
There's
those.
vacant buildings all over Seattle.
Right,
I mean,
but-
space is not a problem.
But I'm just saying, for federal buildings, you could conglomerate those federal offices
Right.
into buildings and get rid of the rest.
Yeah.
Sell these buildings off. Take off the maintenance and the repair and the security. I mean, the number of federal protective security that is at the Jackson Federal Building in downtown Seattle, there's a lot of them, and I don't want them to lose their jobs either, but God bless it. Like, how are you going to save money and benefit the average American, taxpayer, veteran, client, customer, whatever you're providing, if this is your resolution?
Right.
I need only remind you what Republicans did in 2008. Obamacare came along. Republicans said, we don't want Obamacare. We're not going to support Obamacare. We can't stop it because it's been passed, but we can certainly neuter that sumbitch. And what they did was they stripped funding from the IRS, which was the agency tasked with enforcing Obamacare. And what did that do? That kept them from hiring. It forced a lot of people out. They didn't replace retirements. And now you have people waiting for 4 hours on hold to ask a question about whether or not they can claim their son as a dependent. The only people that got hurt with this was the average person who needed it. And that's a flaw. So I would advocate you require people to work from home. If their performance sucks, you can them. You put trackers on, if you don't already have them in your agency, to make sure that they're working and meeting their standards, right? And then you sell off this extra property that you don't need, and you stop paying the extra cost for it.
The only problem I have with that is it just further reinforces the idea that we all need to withdraw into our homes and not be human beings anymore. That's not good.
But let me counter that. The ability for people to have a work-life balance
Yeah.
is so important.
Yeah.
Just the ability for
agree.
me to work at home.
Yeah.
With my teenage daughter.
Yep.
Come home from school.
Yep.
Check in. How
Yep.
was your day?
Yep.
My work's still getting done. I'm still excelling at my job.
Yes.
But I'm there to check in with the kid when she gets home from school.
Yeah. And
How is that a negative?
It's not that, but it also it can make it so that people can just stay home for weeks at a time.
Whoa. I feel attacked. No, I'm just kidding.
But I mean, if you stay home for weeks at a time, there are businesses that are missing out on your interaction as a human being. Mm-hmm. And there's.
I can visit you and Heather.
Well, I know that, but I mean, you understand what I'm saying,
No, I know.
right? I mean,
know.
people don't
And
go out to dinner anymore.
Right, and
people,
I force myself to get outside the house
Right.
because I work insane hours.
Yeah, exactly. But
And I know that it's
but-
not good for me, and it's also good for me to help out the economy
Right,
or
but-
just see people.
right, but how many people do you think go ahead and skip on forcing themselves to go out and behave like a human being?
I don't know.
I would,
Too many.
I would say
I think it's getting better, though, don't you? I mean, I think a lot of that was a COVID hangover.
a fair bit, yes.
Yeah,
But
and I think we're getting back to it. I've noticed as I've gone out, I'm seeing more people at karaoke bars. And I know that's not the end all be all the measurement of everything.
Yeah, but it's a measurement.
But it is an indicator, right? When you start seeing people back at bars, you start seeing people going back to the movies, you start seeing some of this stuff, it tells me that You know.
Yeah, and I haven't seen a lot of people. Well, I also am not near a movie. Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
never mind.
But I'm just saying, I think some of it's coming back, and I don't think that work from home is making people stay home. I think COVID
think
was more
it is.
responsible
Well,
for that.
but
I think working outside of the home would have pushed people quicker.
Agreed, but
I will give you that.
Yes, I know we're talking about people, but I think the law applies.
And people suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're talking about people, but I think the law applies. An object at rest stays at rest. So if you get used to staying in your home 5-6 days a week, you're probably not going out on day 7 or 8 or 9 or 10.
No, see, well, I'll dispute that. At least for me, I could only spend so much time in the house.
Yeah.
So coming to the radio show, going to church, getting that second job, getting out of my house was important for me because I would have lost my mind if I was stuck in those 4 walls the whole time. Do you have a comment? Because I know you're over here by the mic. Hi, Phil.
I was just going to suggest now, what about having, in the case of VA, and I'm sure it could apply to other companies or federal, being representative to where the people who need help live. So, for example, the VA presence in Kitsap County, instead of going to a federal building in Seattle, what if there was here's the local office? I don't disagree. Having the flexibility to be efficient, work from home, that's great. But having a local office that you can go to, I don't know if
Well, there is a VA office on Buckland Hill in Silverdale. It's not an office; it's a VA medical center. So, for people like what I do, we're just processing paperwork. So there's no centralized location for that. That could go anywhere because I never see I've been there 5 years, more than 5 years, and I've never almost 6 years, and I've never seen a veteran face to face. In my capacity, it's all paperwork. So there's no reason it can't be done at home. You're right. The problem with your idea, though, is if you centralize services for any agency where the need is most of the time you're going to plant those in cities, and the people in the rural areas are going to suffer. So if you're in rural Okanagan County, how far are you going to have to go to get any kind of help? You're looking at a couple-hour drive at least to Spokane or Yakima or something. And then are you disenfranchising people that...
Well, what does exist now?
I don't know that answer to that question.
But
I'm just saying that...
Or you could do kind of the Senate version, like, each county gets a minimum of 2 people represented plus whatever their representative number is. Something like that.
But then your problem is that now you're opening more offices, and now you're doing more buildings, and now you're adding more payroll, and you're getting more property that you have to pay for.
Brainstorming thoughts of how to make
No, I hear you.
Same with IRS. What if the IRS had to exist in the county? I got a question. Go down to the county courthouse where there's the IRS office.
But then again, you're adding staff, and
Rotating clinics.
well, but again, you're adding staff, you're adding expenses in a climate where Trump and the Republicans have said we want less. We want less federal employees. We want less costs. We want less budget. We want essentially less services.
I think what they're looking for is less bloat, though.
Yeah.
It's. I think you would agree that most of our government entities are not streamlined and efficient. And,
Sure.
And I think that's what they're looking for is.
Then if they want to reduce bloat, it is a different answer than what they're doing. Because getting rid of bloat means Congress fixes the agencies and their charters and their budgets. Congress doesn't do that because Republicans and Democrats can't agree on anything.
Well,
Getting rid of bloat means when they pick somebody to run these agencies, they pick people to run the agencies who are qualified to run the agencies and get rid of the bloat. Look, you picking the same Neanderthals that have served in every other administration of the like-minded party and recycling them through doesn't do anything. Putting Linda McMahon in charge of whatever agency she was put in charge of.
Wasn't it the school district?
Department of Education?
Yeah.
How is she going to reduce or eliminate bloat in the Department of Education when she's never been a teacher, she's never done an educational job? She ran a professional wrestling organization, entertainment, and now she's in charge of the Department of Education, and she's the one that's going to eliminate bloat. She wouldn't know bloat if it bit her in the ass.
Well,
So if they are serious about removing bloat, then they have to put people in positions to actually remove the bloat.
if they're serious about removing bloat, they have to put people in positions that are not part of the good old boys club, which means I don't know, need a third party.
No, stop, because your third party is going to be the exact same thing, though, man.
Eventually, yes.
Yes.
That's the problem.
And I think it'll happen
Yeah.
really, really, really quick.
Maybe.
Really,
but,
really,
but
really
would there
quick.
be a positive outcome to that? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if it would be either. But I think the problem is that what we're doing is we are scapegoating.
Well, you're going to get that with the two-party system, period.
Right.
Right? I mean, the left's going to blame the right's going to blame the left. And no one wins because everyone's in love with their agenda and not the idea of what's best for the country.
Well, but we are scapegoating federal workers, and in 4 years, when Trump completes this term, nothing will have been fixed, nothing will have been resolved, because we're holding the wrong people accountable. You guys want to hold the agencies accountable and the federal workers accountable and the policies and processes accountable, but you don't want to you don't want to hold responsible the people that make the rules and the policies and the processes, and that's Congress.
Well, people just
Like-
don't want to vote different.
Well, but
Right.
at some point you have to. If you
I
really
agree.
want to see change,
Vote
you have to.
libertarian.
You walked right into
You
that.
did walk into that.
You did.
But you know I'm right.
You
Because
see those?
both-
You see those little video shorts on like Facebook where you see a train coming and you see a car stuck on the track,
Yep.
and you're like, "That car's gonna move. That car's gonna move," and then the train takes the car out. I feel like the car. I just feel
You were the
just
car.
got hit by the libertarian train.
You
Yeah.
were the card. But
Yep.
the problem is both parties are in love with their agenda, not the people.
Right.
Right.
But
And
all
so
I'm
we just keep
suggesting
going
is,
from agenda to agenda to agenda to agenda, and nothing gets done.
if you're one of these keyboard dipwads that sit at home and opine on Facebook all day, that's fine. You can do that. But even when you get rid of all that stuff, nothing's going to be any different. Because until you change the structure of the leadership and the people that are in charge of making the decision, until you get big money out of politics, until you get rid of Citizens United, until you bring in new ideas and new people to outline those ideas, until
Yes.
you hold your elected officials to a higher standard instead of letting them FAFO.
Well, I think the most important thing on the list of things that you just went over, take lobbyists out of politics.
Or something.
But if you take lobbyists out of politics, now we're stopping corporations from buying our politicians, and the politician is now beholden to the people, not the person
And do
footing
you
the
know
bill.
how many people would never run for office if
Yeah.
they could not make that bill?
Oh, absolutely.
And by the way, the other thing you do is you need to pass a constitutional amendment today that bans members of Congress and the administrative branch
from stock trading.
From stock trading.
Yep.
Because
Pelosi makes me sick.
you guys that are not even whining about this are effing dumb.
Pelosi
okay?
makes me sick.
Congress makes a decision how it spends its money. It decides who it awards contracts to. It knows who the contracts are going to before they vote on it.
Yeah.
So then they run out and buy stock in
the
Boeing
company.
or Lockheed Martin.
Because
or,
they know their stock's good.
Because they know that their stock's
They make
about
me
to go
sick.
up because they're the ones controlling the strings and make the stocks go up. So we're going to scream and rant about federal employees for forever, but nobody's bitching about Congress.
I
Y'all
will.
are dumb.
I will.
All are dumb.
I'll bitch about Congress.
All right, let's take a look at comments in chat.
Okay.
Rick said paid leave pending reduction in force plans, which were due 48 hours later. Rick, you have to explain.
Oh
that.
no, I know what that was about.
What is that
about? He was talking about the return to office mandate.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, the fact that the return to office mandate is going to be rather temporary, I think, is what he was trying to suggest.
Oh, you think so? You think eventually people will go home again?
Possibly.
Maybe.
You know, I mean,
There will be no reduction in force, by the way, because reduction in force has to come through something through Congress.
Yeah.
Congress has to do something with the budget or do something with funding or something. And again, you can't get Congress to get their heads out of their ass long enough to do anything. And I mean both parties, right? Nobody can really do anything constructive in Congress. So Congress is not going to be a resolution to this.
sounding gold.
Congress is not going to be a resolution to this, regardless of what side you stand on. Nancy said, I want paid leave. Where do I sign up? I don't know, Nancy. Get a job. that offers paid leave. No, that offers paid leave. Like, this is not a federal employee. It's not like federal employees are the only ones getting paid leave.
I don't even know what that
State
means.
of
A lot of companies
Paid
get paid
leave?
leave, and in the state of Washington, you're legally required to give your employees paid leave.
Paid family and medical leave.
Yeah.
Hey,
So-
is that why I can't afford employees?
Probably.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying, if you want paid leave, plenty of jobs are open, and it's not a.
Shit, that's
Federal
probably why I
employee.
can't afford to pay myself.
Andy said that her mom is in EEOO, Equal Employment Opportunities.
EEOC.
No, she said EEOO.
Oh.
I don't know. The
Equal
owners-
Employment Opportunities Office, maybe?
Yeah.
Anyway, she said they had a huge meeting last week. They're going to lose one of their employees on their team. That sucks. Again, should they lose somebody on the team? I don't know. I'm not involved in the team. Do they have an expendable person? Do they have somebody extra who's not needed for them to fulfill their mission? I don't know. But it certainly sucks for them. Andy says DEI is to get into the job. Thankfully, she deals with issues once they're hired. I don't really have an issue with DEI. In its original creation, it was just about embracing differences. It's become a weapon, which is my problem with it.
Oh, it's definitely become part of the agenda that both sides argue over.
Rick said the real issue, I think, and I think partially what you're getting at, is that federal workforce is a massive entity with hundreds of different roles. Yes.
It is definitely complex.
And then Rick said they weren't all frontline, though. The director of GSA was found to be remote, working 40% of the year last year. And for all the DC workers working remotely, but still might receive DC locality pay, that just isn't right. Again, it depends where they're working and how that look. So for those of you who don't know what locality pay is, federal government pays a base rate for their hourly wages or their annual salaries, whatever, however you want to compute it, right? And then based off of where they live, they pay them X amount of money extra
Cost of living.
based on the cost of living in the area in which they sign. So,
Market rate.
for example, I live in the Puget Sound region, so I get my base pay plus Puget Sound locality pay. Some people, as Rick's alluding to, are hired through an office in DC and get DC locality pay, but they live in eastern West Virginia.
Oh.
Now, the cost of living in eastern West Virginia is garbage. It's
not
very
much.
low.
It's not much.
So I would be totally cool with adjusting the rules on locality pay. I think that's a reasonable fix, right? If you are working in an office, but you spend more than 60% of your time in a different locality, you get that locality pay. I think that's reasonable. Look, we just reasonably fixed something that Congress can't do because they're dumb. Lila said to fund it. Lila, listen, you're right. I think you fund it too. But you and I are barking up a tree
Fund
that is
what?
way taller than we can see. Fund the government.
Fund the government? Yeah, we just don't bloat the government. I mean,
Right.
there's a difference.
Lila said, Kate, you should ask why they don't want you in office. They don't want us, or why they want us in office. Because they want to trim the federal workforce. That's at least what we've heard. Musk is hopeful that by requiring people to come into the office, 30% of the federal workforce will quit. By the way, do you really want to tank your economy? Because there's not enough jobs out there to take 30% of people that are making their wages. And are you going to tell us that we want 30% of the federal workforce to leave and go take subpar wages and go on unemployment for the difference? Or you want them going to the food banks? Or you want them applying for state medical? Or you want them applying for welfare? Is that what you're suggesting?
They're offering severance.
Nobody in my office has been offered severance. And by the way, what happens when the severance comes out? What happens if you get a year's worth of severance and then a year later you still can't find that good job because you're competing with however many tens or hundreds of thousands of federal employees all embarked on the job search at the same time?
How many federal employees are there
Oh,
nationwide?
nationwide? Let me
Nationwide.
Google that. I'll
Yeah,
ask
I'm
Dr.
sure.
Google.
I'm sure Uncle Google knows.
Couple million, if not more. DOD is like 3.4.
2.2 million federal employees.
Okay.
However, keep in mind that doesn't include members of the military.
Right. Well, we're
Yeah.
not trying to downsize the military.
No, but I'm saying part of that 2.2 is...
Okay. So what do you want to call it for quick, easy math? 1.8?
Well, if you took 30% out... Well,
No. So we need 2.2 million minus the military. What's our standing military at? Rather than guessing.
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
It says the military has 2 million in it as well.
Okay, so
maybe
we've
that
got-
2.2 is just federal employees. Then.
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay. So we got 2.2 million,
Okay.
2,200,000
Okay.
times
0.7. Well, 0.3 will give us how many.
30%. So that's going to be 660,000 people across
Yeah.
the country looking for work
At the same time.
at the same time. Across the whole country.
But how
That's
many
not that
are
much.
Goodbye
early
to your
retire?
economy. Huh?
How many are going to be early
Right.
retirement?
So
right?
what percentage of that could retire early? And then they're not a problem.
If you want to offer early retirement, that would be the ideal way to resolve this.
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. So what out of if with 2.2
But I have no
million-
idea how to even come up with that number.
Right. What out of
So take out
2.2
your
million, how many
managers.
of what percentage of that do you think would be of retirement age? Because Lori's
Yeah,
right. That's
again,
your
I-
middle management
I don't know the answer to that.
You-
It's not middle management.
or even senior
We
management.
are hiring people all the time.
Fine. So
So people that
retire
get out of the
your-
military, they've done 20 years, 25
Yep.
years in the military.
Right.
They get out, they segue into a federal service job.
Sure.
They're going to be in that
I know.
older demographic.
Yep. I know plenty
So
of people.
you
that-
can't make generalizations about the age of the employees based on just
No,
based on their
but
age.
I'm talking about like your middle management that has the higher salary. If they're over like 45,
Yeah.
they might take early
Yeah.
retirement if they've already done 20. Or they've done 20 somewhere else and then they morphed into
Mm-hmm.
this job.
I'm not opposed to early retirement.
Yeah, it's a great solution to the problem, and you see how much of your 30% you get out of that.
But again, they're not even trying that. They are.
Well, that we know of.
But they're
We-
not.
we-
They're thinning the flock. They're making people come in with the hope that they're all going to quit.
Right.
Yeah, but we don't have those details. You know, I mean,
That's
really,
just what they publicize to
yeah, I
put
mean,
fear
the stuff
into people.
the stuff
Well-
we get publicly is just so lacking of detail.
Yeah.
I am involved. I have a federal employee Facebook group that I
Mm-hmm.
belong to, which is full of federal employees from all over the country.
Okay.
I'm hearing what they're doing.
Okay.
Okay.
They are. Some people have been required to come in on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have been told you're coming in February 1st. Some people have been told we can't require you to come in because your union contract says you're allowed to telework. But when that union contract expires, expect to come in because we're not going to renew it if it has telework in it. So
Okay.
not only is it happening, but it's happening unevenly.
Well, it's
Like
probably,
different agencies are having to handle it different ways.
well, and it's probably happening unevenly, even more so, regionally. What one office on the West Coast may be doing something very different from an office on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the
I-
other part of it, I think that hasn't been discussed is the fact that a lot of people in our age group, when they lose their job, they tend to go into an entrepreneur type.
Right. And what's wrong
Deal.
with that?
Yeah.
You know,
And that
having I
stimulates
think
the
that's
economy.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we lose 30% of our workforce and they decide, all right, fuck it, I'm going to go out and seek my own fortune, and I'm going to be the master of my own destiny.
And Boeing.
All the better.
Yeah, Boeing is famous for this. You get towards retirement, they offer you early retirement, and then once they're done with that, they hire you back on within a month or two as a contractor.
Right.
Because then they don't have to pay your medical. They
Yeah,
don't
and,
have to
and,
pay your
you've got all those
retirement, your
relationships
401k
built, and
match,
you
your
know all the people,
unemployment.
you
Yeah.
know the systems.
Right.
Yeah.
You're already trained.
Lila said maybe instead of stupid office buildings, why don't we turn them all into low-income apartments? You're not wrong,
I
and
would hate
there is
that
a
idea.
glut. There is a glut of housing. However, again, like I'm not discounting your idea, Lila, but the problem is the conservatives and the Republicans specifically want to stop losing money. So asking them to turn these into apartment buildings that they would then have to pay to maintain and staff and secure and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
They would just see that as more losing money. They would need to sell it. And then if you had nonprofits or city agencies or state agencies that wanted to buy it, that would be ideal.
It'd be so easy to make it, your rent is cost plus 10%, though. That way there's no loss of money. It's just cost plus 10%. I think that's a great idea.
It's not a bad idea. You have to hope that there are federal agencies, state agencies, city agencies, county agencies, local nonprofits that would want to step into that role.
Sure.
Because you're not going to get Republicans to buy the idea that
No.
they're going to replace
No, we're
one
not.
headache for another. So they
No,
would
we're-
have to hand it off to somebody
Yeah,
else.
I mean, we're not going to get the left and the right to work together over anything right now. Not for a long while.
Amazon. Margie said Amazon is a rat. Oh, I don't know. I order from Amazon all the time.
I
you
try
really?
not to.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Oh, I don't.
I try not
All
to.
of it. And I'll be ordering a lot more if my Jeep is going out. Can't even get to the
Sorry.
freaking store.
No, I try to locally source as much as I can. You know, Amazon's awful.
Lila said the reason they want you in is that the federal government pays rent to some stupid capitalists. This is one reason why they want you in the office. The other reason is to prove they have power over you. Well, you may be right on many fronts because they are paying rent in some non-government buildings. In my building, here's how stupid this is. They pay rent to themselves.
Oh God.
The agencies pay rent to the GSA, Government Services Administration. They pay rent to themselves.
Why?
It's a paper money move.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know why.
For their budget,
For their budget.
in case they ever
And then
have to
GSA,
have any type of repairs, maintenance, major overhauls.
and then GSA takes some of that money to use for maintenance and all that kind of security, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But then they get also kickoffs from Congress
That-
to close the gap in their funding because they're not charging the agencies enough. And if they charge the agencies more, the agencies have to get more money from Congress to cover their rent.
That's
Dumb, dum, dum, dum.
Welcome to accounting, government style.
Yeah, government accounting is curious, dude.
no, it's stupid. It's a racket.
Well, it's a racket, but it works because you idiots vote the same people in Congress every year. You don't make any changes. You guys say, "Oh, I'm going to vote for the same people," because you're dumb. Patty Murray is part of the problem, not part of the
Oh,
fix.
yeah.
And it's not because she's a Democrat or because she's a woman. It's because she's a career politician
Yep.
that's never wanted for anything a day in her life. She's making millions of dollars off of stock trades and speaker fees and the book that she's going to write when she retires. And the book will be 312 pages of nah, nah, nah. But it'll sell, and she'll get a lot of money. She's atrocious. Rick said closures and sales may be the end result of this. GSA doesn't move quickly either, though. No, they don't. But I guess my question is, what do you do with all the federal employees that you're trying to bring back into the office? You don't have buildings for them. You don't have space for them. And you can't riff them. So what do? It's a great question. And there's no answer for this.
But I think the problem, part of it, is that a lot of people are remote, but their job organization in
Mm-hmm.
the federal government shows DC as their locality.
So we have
or
some of
whatever.
them.
And
We have some of them with my agency that
do
left.
they have to go back to DC? I'm assuming.
That's the question.
Yeah,
That
because
is the question.
that's
So
where you
some
have
people
buildings
were working in
available.
my building, reporting to my local management. They were offered, there were jobs being offered in DC that were 100% remote. You reported to DC, but you were wherever you were at.
Yeah.
And you never had to report. And it was 100% work from home. And you just had Teams meetings. Now, I would argue why anybody cares. Like, if you can do the job and you're doing the job right, why do you have to be in the same city? Why do you got to be in the same room with somebody?
'Cause
Are you
there's
telling
a
me that
hack.
Elon Musk has all of his meetings in person? Bullshit, he does.
Because there was a hack at the Treasury Department back in December.
Well,
December 8th or 9th.
I get it, but I'm not worried about the hacks. This isn't going to stop the hacks.
Into the Treasury Department? You're
This-
not worried about that?
No, but what I'm saying is this isn't going to stop the hacks. Making everybody come in the office, you think that's going to stop the hacks?
I think it'll be better because the way they were able to hack was in through the remote to the government
Well-
servers.
Elon Musk is now tied hand over fist with the federal government. So his little technologically advanced brain needs to figure out a way to stop it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't hear about Twitter X getting hacked every day. So clearly he's got some policies and processes. But I guarantee you he'd make pretty bank off of it. All right. Other comments in chat. Margie says a Vegas business is buying the Kitsap Mall. Yes, they are.
Oh,
Interesting.
You know what I
There'll
expect
be
out of
a
that?
Casino and club.
nothing.
Nothing. It'll be exactly the same way it is now, Phil.
It's not Dark Horse, is it?
It is not Dark Horse.
No.
I was gonna get Chris. I was gonna ask Chris to come on the show tonight, and I got busy and forgot. I'm glad I didn't book him because we haven't been able to have him on. Okay, here. This is what I love. Rick says, "Kevin, you are not the norm. The norm of what? Federal employee? How do you know?" Like I was talking to my son, who's a diehard conservative and a big Trump fan, and he said, "Caleb,
Really?
yeah, oh, huge, yeah," and he said, But Dad, you're not the average federal employee. I'm okay with you working from home, just not the rest of them. To which my question was, based on what? How many of the federal employees do you know? How many federal employees do you sit down with and actually get to know and have a conversation with and see how they work? You're blindly listening to the idiots in D.C., most of which have never done a day of work in their life, and you're going to listen to them tell you about what the truth is about the federal employee when none of them were one? But I'm the exception because you know me and you see me work? What if most of them are like me?
So I do know other remote workers, right? They're private sector. They're not federal.
Sure.
But remote worker is a remote worker. I mean, if you get right down to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they pull shenanigans. I mean, I don't. I'm not talking about you. Actually, the people I'm talking about, they're all male.
Oh,
Yep. And I mean, hey, I swing a hammer sometimes, and I make whiskey for a living.
All I heard
the
you say
hell-
was, I swing, and then I stopped.
No, swing a hammer. Yeah. What?
Okay,
Why do
but-
I need to know about a treadmill mouse
yeah.
or a mouse treadmill?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm aware of them.
Right.
You know, because I have friends. They're all those guys. You know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's out there. You can't deny it's not out there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's
But-
lots of stuff.
But I mean, at the end of the day, week, whatever, if your to-do list is to done, then who cares?
Yeah. I mean, I would like to answer Bruce. Bruce Jones, please don't take this the wrong way.
Yeah,
but
you're way
office,
further down the comments than I am, yeah.
Office equals accountability. Bruce, if you're, and I'm speaking from my perspective, if your employer has closed most of the administrative offices of the business nationwide,
Pizza.
you're kind of stuck working remote. So we do have accountability. There's, we have deadlines, of course, and all that, but we also have check-ins every other day about the work that's going on. We also have major, not only business process reorg, but also business teams reorg.
But can I challenge this, though?
Sure.
How does in office mean accountability?
No, that's what I'm responding
Right,
to. I don't
but
think it is.
I'm asking him to explain that because I would argue that if you're tracking performance, there's your accountability.
I would
and whether
agree.
that tracking of performance is in person or remote through software or whatever, the accountability lies in tracking. Just because I'm in the office doesn't mean I'm doing my job. Look, folks, I was in the military. I knew a lot of people in the military that showed up for their duty every day and didn't do jack squat. So accountability had nothing with them being there in person.
Yeah.
Right. No, like I said, I mean, at the end of the day or week or whatever, as long as the to-do list is to done, then who
Yeah.
cares?
Yeah.
And that to me is the rub.
And
right?
I go into the office once or twice or 3 times a month. And I was in the office Friday because another team in our organization was there, just checking in, had to get some signatures from one of the officers that happened to be there, all of that. Can I say that everybody worked 8 hours? No. Can I say that there's a lot of water cooler talk? Sure. Was there catching up on the latest, hey, football and all that? Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but isn't that kind of normal of an office space?
Builds relationships.
yeah.
But I mean, Friday was a day that most of this team had flown in from out of state, so they were flying back to their respective homes. The officer left at, I think it was 2:00, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm out for the day. Do you need anything else?" I was like, "No, we're good."
Yeah.
And I caught the early ferry back home. But
So,
there wasn't really accountability, but it does.
It brings back the human aspect.
It brings
of,
back the human aspect, but one thing that I've noticed about remote is there's a lot of the, and this is not a gender thing, I've seen it on both sides. There's a lot of gossiping, a lot of bitchiness,
Yeah.
and male and female, and it's like, whoa.
Let me just share this. So Rick said that no DEI employees were put on paid leave. Well, Rick, I have a article from NBC News that says the opposite. And I'm just going to read this to you. This is from NBC News. It was published on the 23rd. Many who work in the federal government knew that an incoming Trump administration would take aim at diversity, equity, and inclusion jobs within their ranks. It was just a matter of when and how far he'd go. For most employees, it happened at 5 o'clock on Wednesday when they got notices they were being forced to take paid leave, according to a memo from OPM, the Office of Professional Management. The memo followed Donald Trump's executive order that ended those programs in federal agencies. So I don't know how many were put on paid leave, but I've got multiple verifiable, credible news sources that are saying it's happened. And by the way, that's dumb too. Let's pay them to stay home until we can figure out how to fire them.
Yeah.
Stupid. Just stupid. What?
Top of the hour.
Oh, is it really top of the hour? Well, we blew through this hour, didn't we?
Wow.
Hey!
My coffee mug's empty.
It's top of the hour.
We should take a top of the hour break.
We aren't taking breaks. You can go get some coffee, though. I can hold it down. Lori
Yeah.
can sit down, and you can take a break and go get your coffee.
Yeah, I would just love to.
Or
fill
we
my-
could take a break.
I don't.
I can click a button.
So what do you do when you click a button to take a break? We're learning here as we go, folks. It's new
It's
radio.
going to cue to a video for 2
Yeah, it's
minutes.
commercials.
And then
Okay, so hold on. Let's do this. We're going to take a break. While we take a break, I'm going to look at the rest of your comments, see if there's anything else I want to read, and then we're going to segue topics.
Right. So there has been some stuff in the chat about how.
How right I am?
No, actually, about how we haven't addressed the chat like in real time about topics. So the delay between the things we're addressing in chat and
Oh,
where we are right
no.
now is kind of wonky.
Yeah. Well,
The Chiefs won.
did they win? Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this. We're doing the best we can with the chat. It's really hard to hold a conversation and watch the chat. So if you guys can be a little more specific in chat when you make a comment, like when you say...
I'll monitor here.
Yeah.
So you can.
But
hold
like if you
StreamYard down
say
there.
Kevin, you're so wrong. Say Kevin, you're so wrong about,
Yeah.
and put that in there just because it'll help us reference it when we come back to it. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. I'll look at the comments in the chat. We'll come back in 2 minutes. More of Outlaw Radio Network. Oh, unplugged.
Unplugged.
We're unplugged. This is like the acoustic set.
Oh, yeah.
This is
kinda
like MTV Unplugged. Outlaw Radio Network Unplugged. We're back after this.
It's actually been nice.
Hey, it's K-Dog with the Outlaw Radio Network. We are everywhere. You can follow us on all your favorite social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Vimeo, and more. And if you want to follow me personally, hop on your Twitter and just search for K-Dog the Outlaw. And don't forget our really cool website, outlawradionetwork.com, full of all the cool merch you've been looking for. Outlaw Radio Network. Are you an outlaw yet? Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance, Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-a-la-carte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Ring Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Ring Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Ring Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional. On a recent episode of the Outlaw Radio Network.
Some of our listeners even appreciated you dumbing it down for them. So, on behalf of
Sometimes
Paul,
I have to
thank you.
mansplain for people like. By the way, mansplaining is when men explain things to a woman in a condescending tone. I just mansplaining.
Outlaw Radio Network, Sundays from 8 to 11, Wednesdays from 7 to 9, only on Megatalk.
We're back. Tom grew out his hair. Okay, so I want to clarify. So Rick wasn't disputing what I said. Rick said that DEI people were put on leave. It was like no, comma, DEI people were put on leave. It was not like no DEI people were put on leave. It was no, comma, DEI people were put on leave. So thank you, Rick. It's a downside to a text environment.
Well, you. All right.
We do need to bring Rick back in studio. Rick, you should reach out to me. Let's get you back in studio at some point. Other comments in chat. Lila asked me to address a post that they sent to me earlier this week. I'm going to go look that up.
A post?
They tagged me in a post.
Oh.
I just need to remember what
So
the
was
post
it like a
was.
fence post?
Because I get tagged
or-
in so much stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, and then Kevin Nelson brought up the Pete Carroll going to Vegas.
You know that. So I became a Raiders fan as soon as the Raiders moved to Vegas, right? I mean, I follow my Seahawks just
Blasphemy.
because.
Blasphemy.
But the other two football teams I follow are the Raiders because I love Las Vegas, and the Saints because I love New Orleans. So
What do you think of Pete going there?
I love it. I'm not mad at all.
I'm mad. I'm happy for Pete.
Yeah. No.
Why,
I
why
mean,
are you mad? Like, I'm glad he's going somewhere.
Yeah. No.
I hope
I'm,
he
I'm,
signs
I'm
Russ.
happy for Pete.
I
Yeah,
hope
I
they
think-
make it to the Super Bowl.
yeah. I
well,
think
that's
Pete's a
just it. They will.
Yeah, I think Pete's a great coach, and I mean, I like the Raiders, so and, yay! I'm because this past season the Raiders were awful. I'm awful.
And now we
So-
have the Chiefs and the Eagles going to the Super Bowl.
Lila, if you can hear me, will you tag me in that? Oh, hold on. I think I found it. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
What? No, it's not.
Okay,
Stop.
I found it, Lila. But I'll read it. I'll read it on our next break.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
What?
Are we having a snow day next week, Sunday?
Are we having a snow day?
Yeah, it's supposed to snow on Sunday.
I'm not even going to put any stock in this snow talk. It's a week out.
Black Ring Spirits is going to be open, snow or not.
I got a 4-wheel drive Jeep. I'm not going to let no snow keep me unless the check engine light keeps flashing.
My silly little Nissan Leaf goes like a snowmobile as long as it's got good tires.
Oh, Thursday,
Oh.
Friday, Saturday.
Is that what they're calling for?
Yeah. On mine.
I have plans on Saturday to watch the Royal Rumble at my friend's house. Professional wrestling at its finest, which is how we should elect our presidents. Okay.
Really? Do tell more.
What?
Elect our presidents with
Yeah.
a wrestling match.
With a wrestling match. Put them in a steel cage. Joe Biden and Donald Trump in a steel cage. I'd be all for that.
That would have been boring.
You think so?
Yeah,
I don't. I think it would have been great.
I think it'd have been boring.
Bloodshed.
No, I think they would have both crapped themselves.
Vivek Ramaswamy would have came in with a steel chair. Come on now.
Biden breaks a hip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trump
yeah,
breaks and
yeah, Trump
Kamala
breaks
Kamala
the hip,
Harris
too.
is lowered from the ceiling. You know?
that would be hilarious.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to read this thing that Lilat said. We'll change topics up a little bit. This will not take the whole hour, I don't think.
Okay.
Lilat said in a post that you can find on my that is on our page. But do you want to know why climate change is real? This is why. We have the solutions to not destroy our only planet. Then she tagged our show. This show has and continues to promote fossil capitalism propaganda, even though we are currently living in a fast-changing climate. They blame other people and politics for the fires in the LA area and do not look further into why the destruction is so devastating. It is basically grade school research these people do, and it's gross and it's just propaganda so they can justify not doing anything, but blaming everyone else, but root cause of the change that is climbing this destruction. Capitalism and the capitalist class. Shame on the host, and then tag our show again.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want to respond or should I respond?
Why listen? If
Well,
you don't like
no,
us.
I appreciate the fact that she has a concern, and I'll respond to it. That's fine.
I've got thoughts on climate change stuff too, and sadly, I think our climate science of today is grossly misguided. That's not to say that the direction is a bad one, because I think we don't take good enough care of our planet. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
You're such a Democrat.
Whatever. But the idea that we as a species is causing climate change, I think, is horribly arrogant. Mother Nature is much bigger than us, and when you dig into the geologic record and stuff, there is evidence of lots of other instances of climate change and shift, and we weren't there affecting it. So I think it's a much more cyclical thing that probably has a lot to do with our position in the cosmos and a lot less to do with our existence on this little grain of sand we live on.
Well, that's fair. So here's the deal. I think there is climate change. I think we're seeing climate change.
Yes.
I think the cause of that climate change is still debated by people, right? Is it human caused? Is it natural? Is it cyclic? Is it a combination thereof? Is it because we got rid of the dodo bird? Who knows? But
Poor dodo bird.
poor dodo birds. But I'm also not ignorant enough to believe I understand it completely.
Oh, agreed.
So, and Lila, I'm not calling you ignorant, but let me explain my challenge with your question. You're equating what you're saying to is fact. And I'm sure you believe it's your fact. That humans are causing all the climate change, we're destroying our only planet, we're the death of us, all. And again, you can share link after link after link after link after link after link after link. And I can rebut that with link after link after link after link after link after link that tells you that you're wrong. Am I saying you're wrong? No. I honestly don't know. I will go back to what John McCain said. And what John McCain said was this: why don't we just take care of our planet?
Yes.
Like, what's the worst thing that happens? The planet is healthier for our kids and the
It's
water's
clean.
fine and it's a little bit cleaner.
Right.
Maybe we're not really destroying the planet, but what harm does it do for us to take care of the place? Like, that's John McCain. I know a lot of you Republicans hate John McCain now because he was anti-Trump and you guys are so busy foot raping the Trump statue that you just can't get over yourself. But I think McCain had a really valid point. We can make smart decisions to take care of climate change.
Yep.
But here's what will not correct climate change. Asking everybody to buy an electric vehicle does not fix climate change.
Nope.
And do you know why? Because the stuff that goes in the batteries for those electric vehicles are mined in places like China where they give two craps about the climate.
Well,
And they're destroying the climate in the process of mining for the stuff so that they can sell it and make all their money. If you really wanted like healthy climate, you do like hydrogen powered cars
even that.
because it dissipates water and we need more
Yeah,
water.
but you're not. See, here's the other problem, though. Here's the thing that people miss: the Earth is a closed system. So the stuff that's here now has always been here, right? All we've done is dig it up or synthesize it or whatever and make it change form. But it's always been here. It's always been part of our environment. Now, in concentrations, that's bad.
Yes.
But it's always been here. So I think it's, other than the fact that when we go and do something like concentrate, I don't know, CO2 in a place, it's bad for living things unless you're a plant. Mm-hmm. Right? So yes, we have to be careful how we affect our surrounding environment, but I really don't think we're changing the planet as much as we think we're changing the planet.
Yeah. I'm just smart enough to say I don't know.
Yeah, no,
But,
I
but
agree
why
with
not
you.
err on the side of caution and just treat
Absolutely.
the planet correctly?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
Listen, I will remind you that big businesses were the ones that basically made Lake Erie something you could walk across
Yeah.
because of how much crap was in the lake.
Yeah.
I mean, and at the time they argued, well, this isn't bad. This is just the cost of doing business, right? So, I mean, at some point there has to be intervention. There has to be steps taken. You know, people hate the EPA. I get it, but the EPA's got some valid tasks ahead of them to make sure that we're not completely destroying our water system and our fishes and our ability to hunt and our pollute. Like, go to Beijing and look how bad the pollution is in Beijing.
Yeah. Have you ever looked at the weather report from China?
No.
No. There's just about, I think the most important part of the weather report is the air quality alerts.
Oh, and they're horrible.
They're awful.
They're horrible because
They're
they don't do
Awful.
it. But if you were to ask Republicans today, they want the EPA gone. They'd be totally okay with cities like Beijing existing because they don't want any regulation of anything. In fact, you would rather
No,
a
you
city
see,
like Beijing
now-
exist because you don't want any government regulation of anything.
Now we have had this conversation.
Let them pollute to the high hell.
No, we have
Let
had
them
this
sacrifice
conversation.
dogs and cats on the corner. Keep the government out of my sacrifices.
We have had this conversation, and one of the things that I have said is I think the EPA has a place.
Phil,
Not to this bloated beast it is, but I think the EPA has a place.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to tell you this.
And yeah, I'm the anti-regulation guy.
You need to keep the government out of my sacrifices. Okay.
Okay. What are you sacrificing exactly?
Goats tomorrow.
Goats.
Goats.
Okay.
Because nobody likes a goat.
I happen
Goats
to
are
love.
not-
I happen
goats
to
are not good
love
animals.
birria.
Birria? A birria is beef.
Birria is goat traditionally, my friend.
Yeah.
I was just at a Mexican restaurant the other day and they had
That's
birria
because
tacos.
Americans don't like beef or goat.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course not. You know why?
Yeah, it's a regional
Because we're
thing.
the top of the goddamn food chain.
Goats are the most sustainable, one of the most sustainable proteins on the planet. Why don't we eat more goat?
Because it doesn't taste like beef.
Goat's delicious.
Goat might be good, but it's not beef.
I don't know. I put goat right up there with lamb and beef because I love them
Well,
all.
first of all, lamb is not even close to beef.
Oh, I love lamb.
Lamb is not close to beef. Deer is not close to beef. Nothing is close to beef. Beef is like the mecca of meat.
Well, I love beef. Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing.
Like when I
against it.
die and I go to heaven before Jesus evicts me and sends me to hell and he has dinner with me first to give me the bad news, like a good breakup should, right?
Right.
There will be beef. There will not be pork. There will not be.
I love good.
There will not be spam. Oh, that stuff is so gross.
No,
Oh,
spam.
my gosh, it's
I'm sorry,
nasty.
spam musubi.
No.
You
no,
can't.
No.
It's the one place that spam is allowed
no.
with some nori and some rice
Stop.
and a little wasabi.
No.
Yep.
No.
Bruce Jones says plastic is oil refined. What's funny is that when you see a little kid playing with like little toy plastic dinosaurs, he's actually playing with toy plastic dinosaurs that were made from real dinosaurs.
Yes.
It's great. It's recycling at its finest.
And it's very
Lipstick.
finest.
But
Lipstick that women use.
lipstick, yeah,
Oil.
yeah.
Vaseline.
Do you know what
oil.
women like? Hot showers.
Uh-oh.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because it reminds them of hell where they came from.
Damn, dude.
True story.
Really?
Yeah, true story. Bruce said, we raise goat. Sorry, goat is not tasty. Thank you, Bruce.
I love goat.
Sean said elk is better than beef.
Elk is
Phil agrees.
beef and elk are 1 and 1A. If you want my opinion.
Rick said, remember how the air quality changed in Mumbai during the COVID lockdowns? Yeah, a lot of places got better during the COVID lockdowns because nobody left the house and drove anywhere.
Yeah.
But listen, I think Lila brings up a really good point in regards to the things we say on this show about the climate. Now, what Lila has done is taken the trope.
Yeah.
They just want to cater to the capitalists. Fine.
Or we have our own
and-
opinions.
That's a
But-
trope, or I have my own opinion,
Yeah.
right? But here's the deal.
Well, the
Actually, Phil, did you want to say something?
So the question is, are you pro-human, or are you let's save the environment for something else? I mean, the Earth doesn't care,
Yeah.
Right.
right? You know, the whole save the Earth, it's about the human. Like, we're the top of the food chain.
Yep.
Why are we doing things that are not in our interest?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think it makes sense to have a proactive attitude to deal with that stuff. Not because you're trying to stop every housing development and every car and all that kind of stuff, but you can make smart choices.
Yeah, you can repurpose. I mean, California in the 70s, you couldn't see through the smog as you came over
Yeah.
the grapevine.
Oh, I
Now,
remember.
yeah. Now, because of things that they've done proactively, California is viewable, breathable air. But we
Careful.
have to
Wouldn't go that
look.
far.
We have to look at the fact that we are the United States of America, relatively compared to the rest of the world. We're not that big of a country.
Right.
We're a powerhouse, but we're not land-wise or anything else. We're not that big of a country. So we got to
have-
look at other places. And yeah, Russia, India, China.
We have the 5th or 6th largest population in the world, something like that. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
But I mean, we're still using coal power on the East Coast, like Sean pointed out.
Yeah.
You know, out here, we're not. We're using hydrogen.
Well, look, the
Hydro, not hydrogen.
Yeah,
Thank you,
hydro.
hydro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
here's the deal. Lila brings up some really good points. But the thing I keep coming back to is if you knee jerk this, right? You're like, we are going to go carbon neutral immediately. You are going to kill a lot of people because you won't be able to farm, you won't be able to transport, you won't be able to ship, you won't be able to securely heat. And on top of that, nobody on the left wants to talk about this, Lila. Why don't you talk about this?
You can't go carbon neutral. It's not
Lila
possible.
says that they're being strawmanned. I didn't gender you. I'm sorry, I'm hilarious.
Not to be confused with Steel Man.
Steelman. The issue is that we're not in a position to do what the environmentalists want us to do yet. I think we're close. We're getting closer. But California has proven that you can't have a state of electrically powered vehicles.
Yeah.
Because they're still doing rolling blackouts.
Yeah.
How are you going to charge your vehicles?
You can't.
And how many people are going to die because you can't get to the hospital because your car's dead because you were in a rolling
Right.
blackout?
And I would suggest, Lila, you're picking an economic argument now instead of the environmental one. It's not a mode of production. We've already decided we're a capitalist society. So
Yeah.
that's a voting issue if you want to change our economic
Well,
structure.
It's
The
already the
thing
most
is,
efficient
though-
way to keep people
Right.
safe,
The-
and allow people to develop and find their interest.
Right.
We could always be North Korea. How's that
Yeah.
working out?
Yeah,
But
no,
like it or not, the globe is capitalist.
For the most part, yeah.
Because even if you're in a socialist or a dictatorship country, you still do trade with the people around you.
Right.
It is a capitalist sphere we live on.
And even if their
Period.
style of, even if they're, this really is a mind-shaping moment for me, Tom. Because even if their government is communist or socialist,
They're still capitalists.
their actions as a nation is as a capitalist because
Yes.
they're all trying to make money.
Yes.
They're all competing on a global currency.
Right.
They're all competing for global opportunities.
And that's
So every nation is a capitalist nation,
Well, that-
regardless of what their definition is of their
right, and
economic
that's
structure.
just because of the nature of humans. I mean, that's how we exist. Unless you want to go back to the days of, living in a mud hut or whatever your environment will allow. And
I'm sorry,
heating-
Belfair, we're talking about you.
Yeah, and heating with firewood if you're lucky enough to live somewhere with trees. Because
Yeah.
if you live in Scotland, you don't get to burn anything other than peat moss.
Yeah.
Which
So-
is entirely not economically
No,
clean.
no, nor is
Like-
it carbon neutral. So
Well,
it-
just
the idea of carbon
nonsense
neutral is not.
You're just
it's
shifting
not
stuff
attainable.
around. You're just
Right, it's not
Yes.
attainable.
Yeah.
Face it. What is the source of energy that translates carbon in our world?
Cool.
I'll give you a clue.
we
It's a
can-
big ball of fire in the sky.
Yeah, I would say we
That's
can- we
rarely
can
seen
start-
in the Northwest.
we can start talking about nuclear power, but even that triggers people.
Well, yeah.
Well, I don't listen. I don't want nuclear power, and I'll tell you why. It's not that I don't think nuclear power is feasible, because it does.
He doesn't like people.
It's because the government has a way of half-assing everything
Yes.
and effing around until they find out.
Yep.
And if we look at the structure of our nation, like our water supplies, the Bremerton water supply could be hit by terrorists tomorrow.
Yep.
By me, by a 12-year-old with a scooter. Like they're not even protected. Like everything we've asked the government to do to protect us and keep us safe, they failed to do, and yet our taxes go up and the laws go up. But the bare basics of our government does not do what we've asked them to do. What we've empowered and engendered them to do. So
Engendered.
I don't. Yes, engendered. Yeah, it's a real word. It's a real word.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's a real word.
Hold on. Let me
It
look.
is.
Let me read you what I'm going to
Oh my
define.
goodness.
Engendered. Cause or give rise to. Thank you. I is smart. But I want to go. You had another comment.
Oh, no.
Okay, I want to go back to Lila's conversation then. Because she believes we are selling our souls out to the capitalist dogs in our conversations about global warming and the environment.
I know where my treasure is.
Well, you do work for those capitalist dogs. I err on the side of moderation. Would I be totally cool if the entire world was nothing but battery-powered vehicles? Certainly. As so long as the battery-powered vehicles made sense, they could perform the tasks we need them to do, and the power grid is sufficient in which to cover it. None of those things are true. None of them.
Not now, no.
Yeah,
I mean,
none of
the first automobiles were actually electric.
In 50 years, maybe we'll be there.
This EV thing's
I
a
doubt
fad.
it, but maybe.
Yeah, this EV thing's a fad.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
You know,
It
in
didn't-
Washington State, we have Bob Ferguson, who is just going to carry on Jay Inslee's mandate. of no gasoline-powered vehicles sold in the state of Washington by 2030.
I'm not talking Washington State. I'm talking in general. This EV thing's a fad. So, and I own one. I mean, I think we're going to find a better means of getting around. It'll probably be hydrogen based, but
In our lifetimes?
another 15, 20 years probably.
You think so?
Yeah.
I better be dead by then. I don't trust the federal government to run nuclear power plants. And I don't trust private companies to run nuclear power plants because they're all about the bottom line. And that bottom line is going to get somebody killed, i.e. Chernobyl.
Well, and 3 Mile Island.
And 3 Mile
Island.
and Bhopal, the gas spill at Bhopal.
Right. And what was the reactor in Japan?
Fukushima?
Fukushima. Yeah, it was just outside Chiba.
Chiba? I hardly knew it.
I mean,
Yeah,
at the end of
Chiba's
the
a
day, folks are ignoring, like, do we care about people? Like, if we could bring electrification to the third world, you know how much carbon emissions we could cut down? I mean, right now, the third world is like the biggest user of petroleum through kerosene and things of that nature. They cook with it. They heat their little mud huts. This could be done so much more efficiently, more cleanly. We don't care about people. You know, we care about the
You're moving.
the worldview that we need to save the environment.
Yeah.
It's a worldview. So where's your worldview is my question.
No, and I don't think you're wrong. And like I said before, I think what would happen is if you flipped a switch and suddenly made everything electric based or electric required, given the state of the power grid and our abilities now, a lot of people would die. A lot.
Now,
Like in the state of Washington, they were advocating to take natural gas out of the homes of elderly people who couldn't afford to replace it. For what? That they were going to have to convert their home heating to electricity or what? Freeze to death? Like, that's not, you can't stiff arm somebody into making those kind of changes. It has to be done slowly, it has to be done methodically, and it has to be done in a well thought out way. And this is not slow nor well thought out.
here's the reality. I can think of a friend. This couple, they are thinking of the ecology, or whatever we call it, the environment. So when it came time to replace the furnace, I tried to figure out, like, why don't you go heat pump? Well, it's a little bit too much. We're just going to replace it with another natural gas furnace because it's more economical. I'm like, okay, but I thought you cared about the environment. Well, we care about the bottom line more, is essentially what they said.
Well, there's a point where you can.
Everyone's a capitalist when they have to pay the bill.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, though, I mean, you can't, you can't pay, you can't cost yourself out of living. I guess that's what I'm
It takes the
getting
government
at.
to do that.
Right.
And they do a fine job.
Don't give me.
Bruce said we have one of the greatest supplies of energy in the U.S. We sell our energy to several states, yet we have people pushing to end natural gas supplies, which we have several energy plants powered by natural gas. And the dams argument is stupid. I think the dams argument is stupid too. There's a lot of people on the left have been like, oh, damn it, and then the dams got put in, and then suddenly everybody on the left is like, oh, the dams are a bad idea because of the fish population and because of the Native American Indian tribes, so get all the dams out. Well, what are you going to replace the energy with that you're generating from the land, from the dams?
Yeah, pick a lane.
Solar's a great idea.
Not really.
Well, hold on.
Solar-
Idea, but it's not
So
ready
is
yet.
socialism, right?
Well, yeah, but solar's a great idea, but it's not ready yet. Hydrogen's a great idea, but it's not ready yet. Electric is a great idea, but it's not ready yet. We're stuck with what we're stuck with.
Well, for heating, I mean, if you really dig into some of the stuff that's out there, Washington State's a great place for geothermal.
Probably.
Yeah,
Most of the western half of the U.S. is.
right. I mean, geothermal heat is fantastic. I mean, you're just using the ground under you as a giant heat sink to run a heat pump. But I mean, it's expensive to do after the fact. So you have to do it when the house is built. So, I mean, that's something that could be, energy
That's-
efficient and environmentally friendly, but it's going to
Ground
take decades because you've got to replace all your old buildings.
Ground mass heat pump is different than geothermal, though.
It
different
all
animals.
lumps into the same
it's
stuff.
two different animals.
It all lumps into the same idea. You're using the ground for what it is.
Use the
This
ground
segment on
heat sink.
energy nerdism brought to you by Black Ring Spirits. If you don't understand what they're saying, drink a little more. Really quick, I want to read what Lila wrote. We have a group of people that actively do not want to move away from fossil capitalism. Case in point, Trump. Drill more. People like him actively try and stop progress. That's the point. And then the show parrots talking points, instead of talking about solutions. Solutions isn't battery cars. There's so much better solutions if you'd look into it, and I cannot type out the structure solution. You would just be making fun of me, which is how I've been presented. I don't think I ever made fun of you, Lila. Did I make fun of you?
I don't recall anyone making fun of it.
If you felt like I made fun of you, I don't know what to tell you. There are... You and I are kind of saying the same thing, Lila. There's a whole bunch of great ideas. But the problem is right now, in my opinion, they're just ideas. They're ideas that don't have the testing, the viability, the depth to be consistently an answer to the problem. We think we can move to electric vehicles and eventually get the... and I know you said you don't like electric vehicles. That's fine. I'm using the example. We think we can get electric vehicles and get enough of a power grid up in the next 20 to 50 years that it'll work. Okay, perfect. What do we do in the meantime? We think that we can use solar to help offset some of this stuff because eventually we'll refine the technology and it'll get us a better return for our buck. But it's not doing it right now. We think we can rely on hydro. But you really can't because you want to take out a whole bunch of the big dams that feed Puget Sound Energy, which is the largest electricity supplier in the state. We think all these things, but none of them have been proven viable to the scope in which we would need to use it to deploy in Kitsap County alone, let alone the state, let alone the nation. Phil?
Now, here's the reality.
You got to talk closer to your microphone. People are commenting.
You mentioned solar a few times.
Yes.
Solar, you can put enough solar to replace 100% of your net usage on a house. The trouble is, you're producing more power during the day, and you're depending on the power grid to be adequate to power you at night because there's no batteries. Solar needs batteries to make this work. Without the batteries, all you have is something to have an alternate power solution that you still need to have 100% of a power grid to produce the power at night when the solar is not working, which still has to be paid for, still has to be run, maintained.
Tesla had some pretty good solar batteries that they produce,
Well, sure,
right?
you can, you know how environmentally friendly creating batteries is.
Battery production.
Lithium-ion.
Yeah, battery production counters the environmental goals, though.
Yeah, you're
That's
better
the problem.
off just burning natural gas. It's relatively clean compared to the disaster of producing all the lithium-ion batteries to do that, or run hydro if you could, if you didn't mind the fish is not surviving, whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, Corey made mention in the chat that nuclear is by far the cleanest and safest option, and
Very much
I
so.
agree with that, except when there's a problem. And
I don't trust the federal government or a private company to run that thing the way it's supposed to be run, because private companies are going to bottom line every last dollar out of it, even if that means
What's the way it should be run?
whatever the safest, most effective way to run it.
Like other countries in the world run nuclear power plants. Like we have nuclear power plants in our country.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they can
But-
be run safely, and
Sure.
because we haven't heard it.
Yeah,
No
but-
news is good news.
Hold on, Phil. I didn't say they couldn't be. I said I don't have faith in the federal government to do it. Look,
That
Three
is
Mile
fair.
Island. 3 Mile Island was a thing, right?
yeah, Chernobyl was a thing, although there was a different government.
Different government.
Yeah.
And I don't count Fukushima into that because
that was
the
a
issue with
natural
Fukushima
disaster.
was a natural disaster,
Natural
with a
disaster.
pretty
Just
massive
more
tidal
planet.
surge.
Yeah.
But again, Paul would call this recency bias, right? Because it hasn't happened, it won't happen. Yeah. The government becomes more and more and more dysfunctional, and it makes me less and less and less trusting of their ability to handle anything. So right now there's a pretty
sounded very
significant nuclear power plant in central Washington as you're taking I-5 south, right? I think it's working. But it's not to say that I trust that the government's going to be working that thing
Where?
in central Washington, like down past Longview.
You're
Isn't-
talking about where the nuclear stacks look like?
Yeah.
At Satsop?
Yeah, is that Satsop?
It's a lumber mill there.
Oh, was that a lumber
They
mill?
never finished building the nuclear
Oh, they
plant.
didn't? Oh,
Only
okay.
Hanford got built.
Okay, so
Look up Whoops.
right, okay. Well, but you can look at Hanford. There's been issues at Hanford that have been reported in the news for years
But
about.
Hanford hasn't been intended to create power. Hanford's been intended to store.
Yeah, it just takes the
You-
Right,
cycle.
but
You
but
build
an
stuff.
example
Right.
of what happens when you give the government the responsibility of doing something that could, if done wrong, kill, maim, or injure millions of people.
Right.
Hanford is a great example of why you don't do that.
Well, hey, you're not going to get. I'm not defending the government.
I would prefer we took all that radioactive waste, loaded it in the back of a C-130, and dropped it over Iran.
Why not just?
Why such a small plane?
Well,
And why not just
not
launch
the
it at the
supergun?
sun?
launch it at the sun, because God knows what would happen if you launched it at the sun.
Yeah, it would become part of the nuclear reaction that is the sun.
But then environmentalists would come out and say, you guys are speeding up the end of the sun. It's going to die sooner because you're making more reactions. And I'm just telling you, that's what's going to happen.
What their worldview is.
J. Andrew Kennedy says, Outlaw, fam, this room needs microphones. Swipe Kevin's credit card. We have microphones. They're just not here. Dennis
Yeah.
is home, sick, nursing the mother of all poo-poo platters. And so we're doing this a little bit different tonight.
Yeah, tired of
By the
this.
way, J. Andrew Kennedy, let's talk about Ohio State. You know, your rival, winning the national title. How'd Michigan do this year? That's what I thought. Okay.
Damn. And I'm not even to that point in the chat here.
Bruce says, love the geothermal ideal tied into existing systems. I mean, it could work, but again, none of this stuff is stuff that is tested.
Right.
We can hypothesize all day long about it, but what we really need to do is what the Chinese have done.
What?
The Chinese have created these small cities, and they built these small cities for reasons. Now, I don't want to get into their reasons, but what we need to do, but I don't want to get into that. What we
Because
need
all
to do,
those small cities just propped up their economy.
right? But I'm not suggesting the same reason.
Okay.
But I'm suggesting let's create a city, and in that city, let's try some of these things out. What do we need for a power grid for EV cars? What do we need for hydrogen for gas for vehicles? What do we need for proper hydroelectric power? And test these in a environment, right, where it's a normal. Hold on. I know you're like a 5-year-old in second grade who knows how to spell the word succumb. But try a 5-year-old in second grade. Don't question my math.
Try a 7-year-old.
7-year-old in second grade. Or Vili Fulau in Mary Kay Letourneau's classroom. Anyway, listen.
That's 8th grade.
8th grade.
Ouch.
But create these ecosystems and then test it.
How?
And how? I don't know how.
How?
You
'Cause,
create a city.
Right, but now you're talking about creating a government-funded city.
Yes.
We're
Create a
trying to-
government-funded city in.
Pacific Palisade.
Well, God knows they're going to need it.
They already
Yeah.
got the canvas ready.
But I'm just saying, you create something and you test these theories out. You know, you test out what you need for the power, what you need, all of that, and you try it. And then you can, but right now we have a whole bunch of pencil pushers in back boardrooms, not working from home, by the way, a whole bunch of pencil pushers in back boardrooms that are coming up with all these grand ideas that really have no structure to test or to find out if they're successful. The hope is we'll build it and it'll work.
Well,
That's what happened to the first Tacoma Narrows Bridge. They built it, it worked, till big winds came in, knocked it to the ground.
right, but engineering's changed a lot since then.
I'm just telling you.
You know, I mean, engineering has changed a lot. We can do all this stuff theoretically on paper. We know how to calculate amp draw. You know, that,
I know I get it, but
Ohm's law is not that.
But
big
you
a deal.
test how people behave with it and what people need with it and how the systems need to be and how realistic is it and all of it. You have to have.
Yeah, but now you're talking about we need multiple cities because when you get right down to it, EV tech in Anchorage is an awful idea
Right.
because
of the
batteries
cold
don't
and
like to be in the cold like that,
I agree.
right? So that's one example of we've got to look at the opposite side of the spectrum and say, okay, let's put EVs in Phoenix and see what the heat does too, because we're going to have heat problems as well as cold problems.
Sure. But
So,
I don't have an issue with that.
We're
You
trying to
build-
shrink
No,
government
but listen,
expenditures
listen,
right now.
but listen,
I mean, we're wasting money.
You build
we're-
small cities, right, where you can test these things out. You invite people to live there. 100% work from home, right? Come here and work, and let's test some things out. Let's see how it works. And the people that live there agree to live there, pay rent or whatever, right? So they're still contributing. There's still grocery stores. There's still all this stuff. So it's not like 100% government funded. But you have the ability. And the people that live there know when they move there, this is what we're doing. We're gonna test out these systems. And then we're going to change and test out another system. And you might be inconvenienced a little bit. But if you're going to live here in a cheaper rent and get the advantage of trying out all these new things, how many people love to beta test? Everybody and their mother loved to beta test. People sign up for beta test all the time for Amazon and the Xbox and all that. People would sign up in masses to go live in a beta test city in the middle of Okanagan County where nobody's at and nobody cares.
The only argument I would make to that is don't leave it to the government because they'll fuck it up. Leave it to private sector.
Maybe. I mean, Musk is showing what private companies can do.
Right, I was going to say,
you can hate Musk all you want to, but his space program is doing far better than NASA.
SpaceX is one of my favorite things to bust out as an example and say, okay, here's NASA with the government, and here's SpaceX with private sector, and SpaceX runs circles around government inefficiency.
People are ripping me in the chat because of the whole nuclear thing. Rick said, Kevin, ever heard of Limerick nuclear power plant? I've heard of a few limericks. He said nope, because it's run just fine for decades. J. Andrew Kennedy, what was the last nuclear disaster in the USA? Corey, there are 94 commercial nuclear power plants in the United States. Corey also said, he's talking about something else. You're all right. And outside of 3 Mile Island, we haven't had an issue with nuclear or anything in this country.
3 Mile Island was, 50 years ago?
But I do not trust the federal government to do anything right in perpetuity.
Right, but you were just advocating for the federal government to put together these cities that we're going to use to test new stuff.
Yeah.
So why not send that to the private sector? It'll be done efficiently and it'll be done correctly.
Because I think if the private sector wanted to do it, they would have already done
it. Maybe.
I think if the private sector was interested in doing that scale of something, they would have already done it.
I think part of the problem with that here in America is overregulation. Because 2 or 3 years ago, I was reading about an Italian architect who was building a skyscraper in China because there were fewer regulatory obstacles. Not only did the skyscraper provide housing for hundreds, but it also had a hydroponic garden in the skin of the building, within the glass walls, and then it created, I don't know, tonnage of food.
But why are more of those not popping up? Because private sector doesn't see a benefit to it.
It's not the private sector doesn't see a benefit to it. It's cost prohibitive to try to do it here in the United States.
Yeah.
Because all the stupid building codes and all the other crap that we throw at private sector.
Can I get some breaking news music?
No.
You guys know what to do. So Marty said in chat, China limited the number of females to each family, 1. And that's true. The good news is the houses are a lot quieter. The bad news is the dishes are piling up.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Brought to you by Kevin, the twat walk.
Lori was ready for that. Did you see that?
I did see that.
The waffle was there. I mean, she was ready.
I thought that was the best joke I've come up with in a while. That was spur of the
that
moment,
was
man.
Quick. That was quick.
The houses are quieter, but the dishes are piling up.
That was quick.
Bruce says, many people in Alaska I have friends I visit have completed solar systems and propane power totally off grid. Yeah, I don't know enough about solar. I did have somebody come out to my house and give me an estimate of what it would do if I put solar power at my house. And they said it would only equate for 39% of my usage.
Okay.
Which to me wasn't worth the $24,000 they wanted me to spend to install it.
Did you have any government rebates or anything coming back to you? on that 24K?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, because I know my
I know
my folks did solar on their place, and during the spring, kind of late spring, summer, I don't think they pay anything for power.
Rick, how about a whole fleet of nuclear-powered subs and ships? Again, I have no faith in the government. Listen, you know what's going to happen? Today is January 26th. By February 15th or so, there will be an article somewhere credible that says major nuclear reactor issue somewhere in the United States, and I'm going to come back on this show and I'm going to gloat about how right I was. Go ahead, Phil.
I was going to say, just remind us. So, like you said, solar, it's paying for itself, but they're being subsidized by the power system. They're not, because Fusion Energy does a 1-to-1, and we who don't have that pay for them.
That's
how it works.
It's not.
No, it's not sort of. That's how it works.
It's not that cut and dry. It really isn't that black and white, because nothing is that black and white.
No, it's pretty black and white. It's math.
No,
simple.
it's really not that black and white,
All
because
right.
during the summertime, they actually end up making additional power that goes back into the grid
During the daylight hours.
During the daylight hours,
And they
and they get a credit for that for later on in the year when
Yep.
the weather isn't so nice.
Yep.
When the sunshine isn't so
And we
productive.
still have to provide them a 100% useful power grid when their solar system is not shining.
Correct.
Yep.
When you look at the dollars and cents of it,
Yep.
it is an interesting gray area. It is. Yeah.
Here's my prediction. All these people who have been getting these solar systems based on that 1-to-1 ratio. So for every kilowatt hour you produce that you feed into the grid, you can get a kilowatt hour back at the same price. 1-to-1. At some point that's going to go away, and there goes to be some very unhappy people who are like, well, I got leases for this stuff based on a 25-year power payback or 20-year or whatever it is. There will be unhappy people if that system ever gets to where it's actually where it makes sense.
Yeah. Really quick, Lila's correct. China did not limit females. They had a one-child policy, which caused a lot of families to...
They're Chinese. They want males.
Yeah, they want males, so to either abort and or otherwise get rid of their female children because they want the males.
Oh, it was horrendous.
And it was awful.
But Lila, go easy on Margie. She's learning to run along with us. The climate change thing. You know what Paul has said to me many times. Paul has said to me, we would sit around, just have a conversation, and Paul would look me in the eye, and Paul would say, "You know what, Kevin?" I'd say, "What, Paul?" He'd say, "You're a great man," and I would say, "I know, thank you." He would say also, he'd say, we talk on this show about climate change, and I say on the show I don't really believe in it. I don't think it's human caused, but in reality, Kevin, you're a great man. I know. Paul would say to me, "I believe the humans are the reason for all the disasters on this planet environmentally." Yeah, Paul's a big supporter of that. Paul, if you don't agree, call in right now. Anyway,
I have seen Paul pop up and down on the.
I know. I'm just saying things that piss him off.
Oh.
I'm just. He's not here in studio, so I can say whatever I want to.
Just had a light bulb moment.
What's that?
Okay. No humans are present. Volcano blows up. Is that a disaster? No humans are around to complain about it.
Well, sure, it's a disaster for the
for
ducks and bunnies that lived on the side of that volcano that don't have a house anymore.
Okay. It's only a disaster because we perceive it as a disaster.
Well, yeah. But isn't that true about everything? Listen, my Jeep breaking down is a disaster for me, but it's not for you. Everything is comparative to what impacts you.
But I feel empathy.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is it's all comparative based on who feels the effects of what it is.
Anyway, I thought it was
Was the tidal wave that sacked was a tsunami that sacked Indonesia a disaster for them? Probably not for me. Like, I can feel empathy, like you said, but it's all
clearly
perspective.
that was climate change, right?
It's all perspective. That was an earthquake. That was an undersea earthquake.
Somehow the climate caused it.
Terry said the smart Chinese families give birth to their daughters outside the cities, and the family bolts for the U.S. The girl goes on to be a U.S. citizen, earn a college degree, and fall in love with her son. Well, that's nice. Junior Kennedy buying a Jeep tells everyone you're homosexual. That's okay. Rudy from Michigan says you have sex with sheep.
No!
That's all right.
Damn.
Oh, that's bad.
Bad. That's all right. Yeah. All right. I think. What did Lila say I was going to respond to earlier? Hold on, Lila. I'm getting back to the comment that you left way up the chat. You guys are really good in the chat, by the way, tonight. I appreciate that. Lila said, so your solution is do nothing. You're presenting me an all or nothing. You're presenting me with no win-win talking point. This takes time, remember. The best time to plant a tree is right now. You've listed solutions we can't start doing. Guess who wants to stop the progress? Trump and those like him. Okay, again, I'm not trying to stop progress. I'm merely suggesting your progress is not really progress. Your progress is not sustainable, and your progress will not last, and your progress will create more issues and probably kill a whole bunch more people. So,
Is that progress?
if you kill a whole bunch of people,
No. No, I'm just, by the list you just made, is that progress?
it's progress to something. I mean, if your goal is to get every gasoline-powered vehicles off the streets, for example, not saying that's what you're saying, Lila, but I'm picking the low-hanging fruit. Speaking of low-hanging fruit, hi, Paul. Sorry, just kidding. If your goal is to get every gasoline-powered vehicle off the streets, that's progress. But at what cost, right? There's a cost-benefit analysis that goes on
Sure.
here, you know? And if the goal is to do that and you kill 1 million people,
Okay, so
that's
I
progress,
guess it's
but
progress on the goal, but not really
but-
progress for civilization.
yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Yeah. So
okay.
it just depends what's more important to you.
Okay.
I really believe that if you want to solve the climate change thing, here's what you do. And Lila, I'm going to give you your solution right now in a way that is easy and will work.
Oh, I'm curious.
Okay? One, you start. The mall's closed. We get customers. One, you implement really strong clean water policies. Period. Everywhere, nationwide, and you don't bend on those. Like you can't jack with the water. You just can't jack with the water. Okay. Two, you start the process of building out and devising a power grid that will work long term for the type of draw that is going to need to have. See, right now we're putting the cart before the horse. We're selling these electric vehicles with the hope that everybody buys an electric vehicle, but the power grid isn't there to cover it. So instead,
Well, we've got other issues besides just the power grid.
well,
when it
but
comes to EV.
I'm just using this as an example, though, right?
But I mean,
Like,
there's real world
Yeah.
stuff.
But if your goal is to have EV, then you start building the power grid first before you start trying to sell all these cars. Again, I gave the California example earlier. California shows they can't even power all the homes that they've got right now, and they have to do rolling blackouts. You want to put more electric vehicles down there, drawing off of that power grid that already doesn't work? So you have to build it and they will come, right? We don't build a Target in the middle of nowhere and then wait for the roads to come in. You build the roads first.
I heard someone's turning on the alarm.
Somebody
right
just turned on the alarm. Oh wait, there's been a Paul sighting in chat. Danger, Will Robinson. Anyway, I think all the ideas are great. Ignore the alarm. It's very loud. I think all the ideas are great, but you have to have systems in place before the second part of that can happen. You don't build a Target in a cornfield and expect people to show up. You build the roads so people can get there, and then you build the Target. Phil?
I mean, there's some other things to consider. I mean, as people want to be anti-fossil fuel, do we care about people eating food? A lot of the fertilizer is generated from natural gas, converted into the
That's
ammonia
true.
and nitrogen to produce the massive amounts of foods that's needed to feed and heat and cool the homes of 8 billion people. I mean, do we really care about people? If we care about people, we shouldn't be anti-fossil fuels.
Well,
This is very anti-person.
and on top of that, if you look at how we farm, I don't know if there are combines, or if there's batteries that could power a combine.
No, it's not about powering the equipment. It's about putting the nitrogen in the
hold on.
soil.
I heard what you said. I'm agreeing with you and taking it a step further as well. In addition to, are the batteries strong enough to power a combine? Can you run those massive pieces of farm equipment that pull our crops
Simple
off of
case in
electric?
point. How long is the Tesla semi-truck able to tow around on flat ground 80,000 pounds?
How long?
About 4 hours.
Oh,
How long should a shift be to drive a semi-truck to get your food or goods to market?
Yeah.
Probably more than 4 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
We do see a lot of electric, like Amazon delivery vehicles that
Sure.
seem to make it out, but I don't know what
that's because they're just local little.
Right, and I don't know what the battery lifespan on those are.
they're
But you're right,
Rivians.
like people that are driving 18-wheelers,
Yeah, no.
massive semis, trains.
But no, I posted in the chat. Look at Tesla or Edison. They're up there in British Columbia making logging trucks that are electric hybrids. Sure, they're electric. They get great torque. I mean, the 4-axle version, 1,400 horsepower torque monsters, and they get, they can run around, unloaded at like 20 miles per gallon because they're so efficient, and they carry their generator with them, so they can run that beautiful cherry flavored diesel.
Yeah. No,
tax-free.
Yeah, listen, you're not wrong. My only point of this entire conversation, to get back to what I was trying to say to Lila, is I think Lila's got a lot of good points, but you cannot leapfrog over the systems before you put in the other stuff. You can't build cars without charging stations. You can't add on to the power grid without having
Set the alarm off again.
the right supplies to cover the power grid. Right? So you can't do any of that.
I'll be right back.
And so, Lila, my answer to you would be, you start building it now. You start building the power system now. You start building the infrastructure now. You start building the power grid now. You start doing the important things that have to be done. And then when that is in place, then you roll out electric vehicles at a rate that matches what the capabilities are.
Now, here's something we don't have yet. Now, maybe other jurisdictions have it. I was looking into it. I help operate a commercial building. We get charged not only for the power consumed, kilowatt hours, we get charged for the peak kilowatt usage in any given 15-minute period in a month. So if our peak usage, like when the power comes back on and all the air conditioning and heat pumps decide, hey, it's time to get things back to normal all at once, that peak usage, they charge for that peak consumption, not just in other words, it's not like...
It's another way to get more money out of you.
Well, and it's how they do commercial, and they also charge you based on power. In fact, there's a whole bunch of things. So, I was literally asking them, hey, you're charging me for this thing. When's it happen? How do I find out when it is? What can I do to shave the peaks? And well, we don't have that information. Well, clearly you do to tell your billing system. So, now this is something maybe the federal government could provide a little insight into. Provide that the power companies shall produce an API, a way that the consumer and thus consumer equipment can gather information. You could then have your electric charge, because what's the deal? All the cars plug in at the same time, and they're, right when they get home, there's peak usage. What if these chargers could be interactive with the grid? The grid says, here's the peak usage, here's the low usage. We'll turn that car to not charge during the peak usage so we can even out the grid.
Sure.
Because that's the issue, is the peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
They already have that.
They're starting to, but Puget Sound PSE doesn't.
Yeah, they do.
Well,
They're residential. They do.
according to PSE, they couldn't provide any of that info.
And that would make perfect sense, but here's the problem. The problem is that, again, how much government do you want? How much do you want the government to say when you can or can't charge your vehicle? Because I'll tell you right now.
I don't want the government. I want the consumer to be able to voluntarily say, I want to participate in a program that lowers my bill.
Oh, well, they're not going to give you, they're not going to give you a lower bill. That doesn't make any sense. They give you a lower bill.
I know it sounds very capitalist,
Oh, Paul's magnetic personality is here again. That's what Kevin said is what caused the alarm to go off. Jane Kennedy, Paul set this alarm off. He's sensitive about his horses.
Corey mentioned that the Amazon vans get about 150 miles on a charge.
About 150 miles on a charge. That's not a lot.
No, it's not.
I mean, if you think about it, when I fill up the Jeep, I get about twice that on a full tank of gas.
Mm-hmm.
Stop and go driving.
Yeah, stop and go driving.
It's beautiful. I mean, they put the Rivians. They're great trucks. 150 miles. That's your typical route. You don't have to. I don't take the cars to the gas station.
But I don't ever want to be in a situation where I want to do a road trip and I can't do a road trip because I want to drive 200 miles away. I want to drive out to the Hoh National Forest. But I can't
There's
do that.
no charging. Yeah.
I can't do that with Tom's car. Maybe I got enough electrical charge to get out there, but I can't very well plug into an oak tree.
No, you're not. You're not going to make it home. So
Yeah.
I mean that's
called range anxiety.
Yeah, range anxiety. But it's real and it's a thing.
Well-
and by the way, that's something else nobody else ever talks about. We still want to be able to have all these natural wonders and wonderful things like the Grand Canyon and the whole rainforest and Mount Rainier and all this stuff. You're not be able to go to any of them if you drive one of these cars that have a 150 mile range.
So don't drive one of those.
so.
Well, but the state of Washington wants to make it so that's all you can buy after 2030.
You don't
So-
have to buy the low range ones. You get the 350 mile range Tesla.
If you can afford it.
Well, you were the one saying that's what
Oh,
you
I'm
want.
just saying, but you can't afford it. Phil, Tom?
The problem we have right now is the fact that you talk about range anxiety. Like, okay, I have an older Leaf, right? So it's got a 100-mile range, period. So 100 miles out and back. If I go, say, 75 miles in one direction, I need to know that there's infrastructure there for me to charge.
Exactly.
Right? So I can make it home, maybe. As soon as you leave your like known area, it's a crapshoot if the charging station is available and if it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Look,
we don't have all the infrastructure.
The only range anxiety I ever had growing up was whether or not I would be awake enough to leave the girl's house and make it home after the booty call.
Oh.
That was the only range anxiety that I ever had growing up.
Okay.
Okay, that was it.
Yeah.
Now, the Great American Road Trip might as well be dead if we go to these electric vehicles. The idea of just driving to drive somewhere, and what are you going to do in Eastern Washington? Have you seen how many gaps there are between places in Eastern Washington?
Yeah.
Yeah,
went to
you
college
have to
in
plan
Eastern
your
Washington.
gas.
Oh yeah, that's right. You went to Wazoo where there's more sheep
No, I
than
went to
people.
Central.
Whatever.
I was
But
going
you
to
have
say,
to plan your gas.
my
too.
late friend Ronno, he took a trip in his electric car to Oklahoma or Nebraska or whatever those cornhole places are.
Yeah.
And no problem.
It
just
can
had
be
to plan his
done.
trip.
You just have to plan.
Yeah, but how much extra time is that? How far out of your way do you have to go?
No, you do it all on your phone.
Whatever.
You know, I've got a really cool
they are.
little app on my phone called PlugShare, and so I do like it. It's just not 100% reliable because I plug in. Okay, I drive a 2013 Nissan Leaf, right? So by nature of it being that vehicle, the app knows what stations I can use to charge, right? Just because it's a 2013, so it's okay. Here's the tech that matches your car. And so you get an overlay of like Google Maps. You go, oh, well, there's a charging station here and here and here and here. But when you pull into the charging station, maybe somebody cut the cord off, so you can't charge there. Maybe the damn credit card reader isn't working, so you can't pay for it, so it doesn't turn on. I mean, I run into those problems all the time.
Do you know how many times I go to Winco, the Winco parking lot in Silverdale at the mall? And the mall charging stations are out.
Yeah, the
down.
ones by Kohl's.
Yeah, and they're just down.
One of them just doesn't work
Yeah.
right now, as it is. There's two there, and one of them just doesn't work. The same thing's true at Albertsons down the hill here. One of them doesn't work.
Lila, all Kevin is a complaining boomer.
Boomer.
You move the goalpost every time just so you
Boomer.
can say you're correct. Lila, I haven't called you any names. If your intellectual contribution to this is to call me a complaining boomer, more power to you.
You're
What
not
kind of boomer are you?
I'm not even a boomer.
You're not a boomer.
I'm not even a boomer.
It's a state of mind.
I guess so.
Top of the hour.
Junior Kennedy, quit boomering. Here's another boomer reference. You'll be
Damn.
fine. Have a gas car. Have a gas car. Drive your EV daily. Relax. Here's the problem. When you start to reduce the number of gas vehicles on the road, I know a lot of you people are new to this. Follow along with me. It's called supply and demand. You'll have less of a demand. And then
Right, so there's-
it'll end up being less of a supply because a lot of the gas stations will go down and then your gas prices will go up.
Well,
Because there'll be less cars out there that need them.
Which
or the-
leads you to insurance per mile.
Oh, and don't even ask about what the insurance per mile will be on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I would like to see is gas stations become more like fuel stations, right? Throw a couple of EV chargers at the gas station. So
But they don't make the same type of money in response.
I know that. I know that. But But
It's got two
where
ports,
you
two
where you
ports.
can make up for that is the fact that, you know, if you pull in to charge your car, yes, you're not going to make as much money charging that car because it's pennies on the
There's no more
dollar.
ports to plug in.
But I have an hour to kill while my car charges.
Yeah.
Okay, so have a restaurant. You know, I'll buy a burger. I'll get some lunch. I'll have a cup of coffee.
I hate that idea, dude. I hate it.
It's something. It
Gas electric hybrids. I'm totally fine with those. Hydrogen, I'd be totally fine with because
Well, I'm talking about right now, right here, right now.
Then right here, right now, you leave gas cars alone.
Yes, I agree with that, but expand the fuel stations to give, you know, EV drivers more options.
Yeah. J. Kennedy, less demand. COVID gas was cheap. No one other than me was driving. But the problem with J. Kennedy is the reason why gas was cheaper is because all those gas stations were still there.
Gas wasn't cheap here.
Well, during COVID, it was cheaper. You get rid of a lot of gasoline vehicles because you moved to electric vehicles. A lot of those gas stations are going to cease to exist because they won't have the client base. They won't have the
Right.
number of potential customers.
Right.
It's like the people that want to buy rotary telephones now. I mean, you can still buy them, but not nearly at the same number of places you were getting them before because the demand is down.
Can you still buy a rotary telephone?
I certainly hope so.
I
Amazon.
don't even have a phone line. I mean, again,
Again. Let's take a
dude.
break. Hold on. Top of the hour. We got to take a break. We're 4 minutes late. We're going to play a 2-minute commercial. We're going to catch our breath. I'm going to pass some more gas. We'll be back after this. Is Outlaw Radio.
Are you ready to add a touch of sensuality to your life? Introducing Lori's Beads, your ultimate destination to tantalizing treasures. Explore our exquisite collections of handcrafted beads from bold and daring to delicate and alluring. Whether you're a seasoned pro or a curious beginner, Lori's Beads have everything you need to spice up your intimate moments. Discover your hidden desires and let your fantasies come to life with Lori's Beads. Visit us online or in store today. Lori's Beads. Unleash the passion within.
Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance. Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-alacarte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Rain Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Rain Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Rain Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional.
This is the Outlaw Radio Network.
K-Dog, a man in love with his own voice. St. Paul, the self-proclaimed voice of reason. Here to have the conversation.
Ta-da! We're back! Yay! J. Kennedy, if Lloyd doesn't start selling used beads, I'm never coming back. Do you sell used beads, Lori?
Sanitized.
Sanitized. Okay.
Refurbished.
Andrew, I will
Refurbished.
send you some. They're the Kevin special.
So we'll talk about this for a second. I don't think it'll take the entire segment, the entire hour. By the way, listen, this show is flying by. No commercials, no breaks, just that top of the hour, little 2-minute catch your breath kind of thing. I think it's been really entertaining. The numbers have stayed up, and I can really only attribute it to one thing. Paul's not here. Okay. No. Anyway. Hi, Paul. Okay. So Donald Trump put tariffs on Colombia. You guys heard about that? Mm-hmm. Colombia refused to take the return transport flights of the illegals or whatever that they were sending back, right? So Colombia said, yeah, we're not going to take those flights. And so Trump said, yeah, we're going to put a 25% tariff on everything that comes out of there. And then Oh, hold on. Some new information just came out.
Oh.
Now they're saying that Colombia has caved.
Oh, because I would say this is
I thought they sent the
news.
presidential plane.
Yeah, it looks like Colombia has caved and agreed to take the any illegals from the United States that were Colombian. So he has agreed to waive the 25% tariff.
Okay.
Is there any reason why this is a bad idea? If they're here illegally, and again under his rules, they have to be here illegally. They have to have committed a crime while they were here in order to be deported like this. So if they have committed a crime, and if they're here illegally, can somebody, Lila, give me a reason in the chat why this is wrong or this is a bad idea? Because
To deport them?
To deport them. I don't understand the debate about this. Now, we're not talking about deporting everybody.
Okay, well,
hold on. We're not talking about deporting everybody.
Okay.
The plan currently, now this could change because this is Trump and he let all that self-tanning oil get into his brain. But what the plan is now is that they have to have been convicted of a crime and they have to be here illegally. And if they are, they'll get deported. And I guess I don't understand why anybody could have an issue with that. Why are we making excuses for them?
Okay, are we sending all of the illegal immigrants, undocumented, whatever you want to call them, are we sending all these people to Colombia regardless of their country of origin?
No, these were illegal immigrants from Colombia.
Okay.
And so we're basically saying, you're from Colombia, back you go.
Okay, because I mean, if we find someone that doesn't, should we be vetting people coming into the country? Absolutely. So if we have someone who doesn't meet the requirements to come here, they need to go back to their country of origin. And I'm not
racist, but go ahead.
Would you say they're repatriating their citizens?
Yeah. I'm hoping somebody puts a note in chat as to why this is a bad idea.
Paul did.
Well, Paul says because people hate Trump, but that's not it. Because even when Trump wasn't part of the equation, this still would not have gone by the left. Like I don't think any Democrat would have ever said, yes, let's return them to their original country, even if Trump wasn't the president. Now, Trump certainly doesn't help. I mean, he is the poster child for hate everything they do. But I don't think that if we had a different Republican president, Democrats would feel any different about supporting this. They'd all be against it. And I'm trying to find a tangible reason why. I want to hear an honest-to-God explanation why this is a bad idea. Because I haven't heard one equivocated. Now, they'll come back and say, you're sending back dreamers and poor old women. And that's not what he's doing. He's sending back people that have been convicted of a significant crime, might even have to be a felony, sending them back to their country of origin. It's not cruel and unusual punishment. They broke the law. They weren't here legally. How is that not something that 99.9% of this country could look at and go, holy crap, this is the right way to handle this?
Yeah, I mean, we need to have an open border policy, I guess, but people take that the wrong way. I mean, we if we're going to bring people into the country, they need to be vetted, right? I mean, that's what happens everywhere else. I mean, have you looked at what it takes to like become a Canadian citizen? If you were to decide you were unhappy with the United States and you wanted to move to Canada and become a Canadian, have you seen what the requirements are?
Well, Canada's extremely oppressive that way. Extreme. By the way, everybody in the chat is saying, Kevin, you're wrong. Colombia said that they're going to put the tariff on. Yes, they did say they're going to put a tariff on. But if you go look at the most recent news, they've since backed off and said they'll take all Colombian migrants, and Trump has agreed to back off the 20% tariff, 25% tariff. So this is all like within the last half an hour. So
okay.
Earlier, you're right. But now, all bets are off. Trump wins. What?
Yeah, why I don't know how to finish with that. I mean, Trump wins. I mean, he got his way.
He got his way.
Yeah.
He did what he told the American voters he wanted to do, which was start shipping back these migrants who had been convicted of a crime that were here illegally back to their home countries. And he just did it with Colombia.
Okay.
So he won. And look, I don't like the guy. I think he's a giant orange turd. I think morally he's the worst president in this country since LBJ, who was a out and out racist. But otherwise, he's a horrible human being. I wouldn't want him to come to my holiday party, my Christmas party, my Halloween party. Maybe a Cinco de Mayo so we can beat him like a pinata. But I don't like the guy. But what did he say he was going to do? He said, I'm going to start sending these criminals back to their country of origin. And he did it. And Colombia, stupid idiots, said, well, if you tariff us, we're going to tariff you. And Trump said, okay. And they said, never mind, we'll take them.
Yep.
Like Trump won. That's exactly what he said he was going to do.
Yeah. What does Colombia send us?
That's a good question.
As far as, what do we import?
Coffee.
Coffee. Although, I mean, we grow a fair bit of coffee in Hawaii. What?
Coffee, crude oil, and cut flowers.
And cocaine.
Well, but they don't. You don't tax cocaine.
Tax free.
You can't tax cocaine.
Yeah,
I've tried. Trust me, you can't tax cocaine.
That is tax free.
You can't tax cocaine.
I mean, now we can have a libertarian conversation about whether or not we should.
What was the drug conversation we had earlier in the week?
Well, there was the conversation about the Silk Road guy.
Yeah.
That Trump pardoned.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up. Can we please talk about that?
Sure, I don't care.
Okay. So, hold on, I got to get information.
Yeah, I don't remember his name. It was. So
his name was Ross Ulbricht.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
But so, okay. So if you don't know about Silk Road was basically the dark web.
Well, it was a place on the dark web.
Yeah. It's like the dark web.
It wasn't the entire dark web.
No, it's not the entire dark web, but it's like...
It's like the eBay of the dark web.
Like, I'm at 6th and Park. I'm in Bremerton. I'm not in all of Bremerton, but I'm in Bremerton, right?
Yep.
So he was like 6th and Park.
Yep.
In fact, I think it's a good analogy.
Sure.
It's a good analogy. So he founded Silk Road. And Silk Road basically became this black market site, area, whatever, where you could buy just about everything. And there were drugs being sold, and there was illegal porn being sold, and a whole bunch of stuff trafficked kind of underground, right? Then he gets arrested, he gets convicted, and he gets sent to life in prison.
Double life.
Double
Plus
life in
40
prison.
years.
Because one life isn't enough.
Yeah, double life plus 40.
Now, Trump gets into office, and because Trump is leg-humping libertarians, because he wanted their votes in the election, he basically says early on in his campaign, all three of them, those 3 votes made a big difference, Tom.
I didn't vote for him.
Oh, so those 2 votes made a big difference, Tom. Basically said he was going to pardon him if he got elected.
Right.
And then he did just that. He pardoned him.
Right.
He served like a little over, what?
A decade.
A little over a
11
decade
years,
in prison? Yeah. And my question is, why did he pardon him? Because I can't find an explanation why he pardoned him other than the fact that he told libertarians he was going to.
Because the idea is that Ulbricht was exercising like a free market enterprise on the dark web, right? Okay, and so this guy Ulbricht was supplying illegal drugs that ended up resulting in the loss of life to a number of people. I don't remember how many it was.
He facilitated.
Right. Yeah. He provided the means by which illicit drugs were delivered to a number of people, and there were a number of deaths resulted from that.
Right.
And because he had such a broad reach with Silk Road, the judge presiding over things gave him a very, very stiff penalty.
Well, there's more to that, though.
Okay, carry
He
on.
was also accused of soliciting murder for hires of 6 people at least that were connected with operating the site.
Okay, I hadn't heard about that.
Although prosecutors had proof that he was soliciting, they don't have any proof that the murders were actually carried out. But they believe he was soliciting, trying to get people murdered so they couldn't testify against him.
Okay, was that taken to court and was that proven?
I'm double checking that.
Yeah,
Okay, because I hadn't heard about that. I mean, just because you accuse someone of something doesn't mean they did it.
Are we a nation of laws?
Yes, we are.
Are we a nation of men?
Well, we're a nation of people.
What happens if you stop enforcing the laws, Tom?
Well, one could presume chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what we have with sites like this dumbass.
Right.
And does anybody here support the pardon? And I'm looking at you, libertarian boy.
Yeah. So my take on the pardon, I have a problem. I have a problem with the overreaction for the sentencing, because there were other.
If 6 people died that he was culpable for.
Hang on, but he wasn't the only one culpable, right? He wasn't the means of delivery of those illicit substances. He oversaw the network, but the actual people that delivered the substances only got 4 years.
Okay, well that's a different thing though, right?
But they were as culpable in the deaths, right? So, I mean, if I deliver to you fentanyl and you use the fentanyl and die from it
every Tuesday,
right? Who's at fault for that? You for using it, or me for selling it to you?
Well, under current law, both.
Okay, so I should be held culpable for the delivery of the substance, but not necessarily for the loss of life.
Again, based on current law, you would be responsible for the loss of life.
Would it be you're responsible for the felony that resulted in the death?
Yeah, because
Part of the
you're
felony. That's how it
commission of a
connects.
felony that leads to the death of somebody is a felony.
Okay,
That's how they connect that.
Yeah.
Okay, so am I culpable then if I sell you a bottle of vodka? I make vodka.
Because vodka's legal.
Got some right here. Okay, but no. Let me finish the steps here.
Okay.
So I sell you a bottle of vodka. What's today? Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, Sunday.
Sunday.
And
Sunday.
Yep. Let's break stuff up a little bit and say Wednesday night.
Mm-hmm.
So there's plenty of time between now and then. Wednesday night, you drink all of that bottle of vodka and you jump in your Jeep. We'll assume the Jeep works.
Yeah, we'll assume the Jeep works.
And you mow over a family of 4 and kill them all.
Okay.
Okay. Am I responsible for that behavior?
No.
Well, selling the vodka is not a felony. Selling
Correct.
the fentanyl
Right,
is.
right. And I mean, that's where we get into the weeds,
But if it
right?
was a bar and he drank and you let him drive,
Yes,
then you
yes,
are
yes, yes.
culpable.
But
If it's a bar,
hold on.
like if you come into my tasting room, it doesn't even have to be
Yeah,
a bar. Come in my
right.
tasting room,
And
and I
drink.
overserve you,
Yes.
and you take off. Yes, I'm culpable.
You are culpable.
Yeah.
I am.
And
I am.
here's
And so are you.
here's the issue with fentanyl. Here's the issue with fentanyl. Any of these illegal drugs, these street drugs, are not manufactured to any requirement.
Correct.
There's no clarity. There's no percentage of whatever, right? So, in and of itself, selling them is taking the risk of selling something that somebody's taking that is not is
Right,
dangerous
but-
and could kill them.
Okay, but
just on default.
But the problem is there's the accountability on the person who is buying the illicit drug.
Right.
Right? I mean, you have to be accountable for your own behavior. If you decide, yes, I'm going to go buy this little thing and I'm going to use it, aren't you accountable for that also? Even though you're dead.
Let me ask you a
But-
question then.
Yeah.
So if you sell a gun to a convicted felon, you don't think that should be on you at all?
Do you assume he has knowledge?
Do I? Am I aware that they're a convicted felon?
Well, you'd have to know, right?
Why?
Would I?
Well, you have to run a background check.
Do you?
Do you?
Currently.
The government says you're supposed to. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, so who's culpable? So, okay, let's go ahead and use current law right now. Let's pretend I'm a felon.
Okay.
And you own a firearm.
Okay.
And I want to buy it.
Okay.
Okay.
Private
and
sale?
Sure, private
Okay.
sale,
Okay.
but private sale in Washington State, we're going to follow the letter of the
Right,
law.
right.
Okay, private sale in Washington State says you still have to find an FAA agent to do the paperwork and do the background check on me, right?
FAA?
Or I'm sorry,
ATF.
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 Yeah,
FFL.
Yeah,
I
FFL.
say FFA. What do pilots have to do with this?
All of my alphabet soup is getting mixed up.
But that's okay because they're not working from home. Okay.
Yeah. So no, FFL, right? So Lori is a federal firearms licensee dealer.
Okay.
So you-
Hypothetical.
hypothetically,
Does that in her side business selling beads.
right? So you have her do the paperwork on me so I can buy your firearm.
Okay.
Okay, let's say I pass. Okay, the system fails. Lori decides not to do it, but charge you the money anyways.
That
and
keys in
pocket
a
it,
social security number or something.
whatever. Right? The system fails. Who's culpable in here? Because now a convicted felon, me, has a firearm. Who's at fault? You or her?
Or you.
Or me.
You didn't
Just you.
disclose.
Is it just me?
It would just be you.
No, not
Because you're here still.
No.
If the system fails,
The state
You're-
requires that
You're
you're
in
supposed
trouble.
to use an FFL,
Yeah,
which
you're
does
in
the
trouble.
background check. So you got to follow the policies.
but that's what we just said. She's the FFL and she approved it.
Doesn't matter.
And did the background check, and the background check failed?
Yeah. Well, no, the
Yeah.
background check passed because there was an issue with the system that we weren't aware of.
Or
You did the right-
she just didn't do the background check.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter why
Well,
it failed.
If you didn't do the
Right.
background check, the person selling it wouldn't probably be culpable.
Right, who knows? I mean, it's Washington State.
I don't understand you
But
guys at all.
A jury of their peers would figure it out.
Right, but what I'm getting at though is if the system fails, the system's in place and it fails, and I get a hold of a firearm anyways, whose fault is it?
This is such a convoluted scenario.
But
Like you.
but that's what we get
Deal
for.
with.
That's what we get though.
Oh,
Right,
I could
so-
introduce a really fun one.
Yeah, so I mean, when we back it up and we say,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I'm, you're the owner and operator of Silk Road, and all you've done is put together a website, and Lori is now selling fentanyl on the dark web through the system that you created,
can't.
and I buy some fentanyl, and I die because of it. Who's at fault? You for creating the system, or her for selling it to me?
Both.
Okay, then
You
why
can't-
did
you can't
then
create-
why did you get 2 life sentences and she got 4 years? Because that's what happened.
Well, again, I can't define why she got 4 years.
Right.
I'm merely suggesting if you set up a system that is designed to circumvent the law,
Right.
and then I would think it's worse than her one individual act, because how many individual acts were committed under the system that he committed
Don't
that
know.
allowed you to do it?
Don't know. But man, you've got a lot to say tonight, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
How many individual acts were committed out of that? You know of at least however many people died, right?
Sure.
So, listen, I hear what all of you are saying. Your libertarianness is showing. But here's the problem. We are, and I hate you Republicans for this. We are a country of laws, not men. Laws matter. Laws are important. We should follow the law until it doesn't suit your agenda. And then you throw the law out the window and say we don't have to follow it.
Well, both parties do that.
Well, but again, the Democrats don't claim to be the party of law and order.
Well, that's true.
I mean, you know what I mean? So look, if you're going to be a Republican, then you have to submit to the idea that there are laws. And if you don't like the laws, then you fix the laws. But it doesn't give you permission to act like the laws never existed.
Right, and so in the case of Silk Road, Ulbricht, does he need to be held accountable? Yes, he needs to be held accountable for, distribution of controlled substances, and I think there was like racketeering in there and money laundering. So he needs to be held accountable for those things, and those may be multiple decade offenses all stacked up, but. Is it double life plus 40 years? No, you save that for serial killers.
Yeah, I mean, Trump was said here, he called the sentence ridiculous, claiming it be disproportionate to the crime.
So
Yeah.
is 10 years, 11 years, whatever it is that enough? Yeah, probably not. If he had been sentenced fairly for the racketeering and the money laundering and the controlled substances, etc., it probably would have been 20, 25 years, not 2 life sentences.
And apparently the detail is it was clemency, which I think is a fine point between pardoning means it's like it never happened. Clemency is time served.
Right.
You're still felon.
Right.
If I'm understanding this great.
I'm not sure. I read it a couple days
He
ago.
commuted
but
the
that's
sentence.
left
He didn't
since then.
pardon the guy outright. Unlike our previous president, which pardons people who may or may not have committed crimes.
He couldn't pardon the sentence. If he did, the government would owe him money for time served.
Yeah, I don't know why we have systems and laws in place, and then we just decide willy-nilly that this one guy gets off the hook. Okay? So, like Trump pardoning all the January 6 guys, I don't have an issue with that. Because he pardoned every single one of them. They all did the same thing. He thought they were all wrong. They get out. This guy gets out because he created an underground black market system that allowed him to sell illegal drugs that result in the death of others. He should have had the book thrown at him. And the Republicans have wanted far worse for people who have done far less. But this dude is the poster child to get out early?
I don't have all the details surrounding it. I mean, that's just the conversation there. Because the January 6th people, I don't necessarily think all of them should have been pardoned. I mean, if you just walked in because the door was open, yeah. But if you assaulted a police officer, no. You know, I mean, you need to be held accountable for assaulting a peace officer.
And I think that there was one person who chose not to take the pardon.
Yeah.
They want their day.
There was multiple people that didn't take
was
the
it
pardon.
multiple?
Yeah, there was
I knew of
multiple that
one.
didn't take the pardon.
Yeah, so I don't think any of it's probably being done correctly, but that's our government.
Our government is the president has the ultimate position to make a decision, whether we like it or not. He's the guy we voted into office, and he gets that decision. Just like we voted in the last guy who got to make some interesting decisions as well. So.
By the way, I've done football picks for the week, and we may never play this again because Lori's winning. Anyway.
We still have a ways to go before football pick time, though.
Oh, yeah, we have another hour.
Yeah.
Again, I think you guys are wrong. I really do. Now, I know that Corey said in there he supports it, so hopefully Corey will give us some more information why he supported the pardon. Corey is right. Nobody wants to F around and find out with Trump. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
Like, what Trump has done is basically put the whole act of mystery into everything now.
Yeah.
Boy, if we test it, what's he going to do? Yeah. Boy, if we test it, how's he going to respond?
We can't predict him. He's a loose cannon, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. So do you think, this is a conversation I've been having with a few people. Do you think if Trump hadn't been the candidate for the GOP, would we still have a Republican president?
Ooh, that's a deep question.
Yes. Yeah,
really?
I do.
You
yeah.
think so?
I agree.
I think Harris was unpalatable, and I think Biden was unelectable. I think it would have been different, and I still believe to this day that the Democrats punted, that they were basically like,
I agree.
We're kind of like Republicans after the Nixon administration. There's no way Gerald Ford is going to get elected. I know he's president because he took over for Nixon, but he never won the election.
Right.
He's going to run in 1976. They punted. Okay?
Don't look at me.
They totally punted. And I feel like Democrats punted this year. They were like, the Biden administration's been garbage. The economy's crap. People are worried. Biden literally can't figure out how to get himself out of the restroom without an escort. The only person we could honestly put up is Harris, because she's the vice president and a woman and a minority, which are all really important aspects to our party. If we don't put her up, we're going to look like garbage, but she's not electable. So, yeah, I think whoever the Republicans had put up at that point would have won.
I honestly, we could even change out the Democratic candidate. I still think it was going to go Republican.
I don't think so. I think if you had put, people are going to laugh. If you put Michelle Obama, I think it would have been a lot closer. I think Michelle Obama could have beaten Trump.
I think
really?
Yep.
I think
she hates the U.S. I mean, that's what she talks about.
But
people say that she hates the U.S., but
no,
a good amount of this country loved Obama when he left, and I think they'd vote for her.
I think
but
if
that's
we
Barack. No,
yeah, I think if we take the candidates out of the conversation, the country was going to go Republican regardless. It was a course correction.
I don't know if I believe that.
Because we've swung so far left though. The federal government has become burdensome as far as taxes, which is a function of the left, and it's become bloated with bureaucracy, which is a function of the left. And I don't think the country had a choice but to go back the other direction. We were going to go Republican regardless.
I think we're still very cult of personality. You know? So I think it would have come down to who the candidates were. I think people want to...
Maybe. But if they had...
And I don't think Trump won because Trump won. I really don't. I think Trump won because Kamala lost. Like, I really feel like Kamala was just such a discouraging candidate that nobody really wanted to get behind and support, that it was carte blanche for Trump. But I listen, I believe that Newsom could have changed some of it a little bit, maybe. I believe that Michelle Obama could have changed some of it, maybe. I believe that if Tulsi Gabbard, no, Tulsi wouldn't have had a shot.
See, but that's assuming it stayed Trump, though, because what if it had been, I don't know, DeSantis or Ramaswamy or...
So DeSantis against Newsom, I think Newsom beats him. DeSantis was a pretty lousy human being. I mean, he
so
really...
Trump. I mean, we already know that...
No, but there's a difference, though. Trump's got some charisma, and Trump is inspiring to get people to go behind him. DeSantis is bully and kind of a chump.
Yeah, but Harris is a horrible human being, too. I mean, she kept thousands of people incarcerated.
Yeah, but that's why she didn't win the primary and didn't win the White House. Even when they tried to gift wrap it to her and lead her to her like a dog to water.
Right, but I mean, what I'm getting at, though, is we've already gotten to the point where the individual characteristics of our politicians don't even matter anymore. Mm-hmm. You know, we just want to know what their policies are. You know, them as individuals, we've already agreed that we're going to make garbage human beings electable.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
so, I mean,
go ahead.
I think it just comes down to where's the pendulum swinging between the left and the right.
So, comments and chats, I really have to talk about this.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up as well.
Rumor is Big Mike, Michelle Obama.
Right.
You call her Big Mike. You guys are assholes. Rumor is Big Mike's pissed at Barry's affair with Jennifer Aniston.
Correct.
What?
Okay, so let me just say this.
What?
Michelle Obama, I want you to listen to me.
Aniston?
Yeah, if you're watching this show.
Chick?
Yeah, if you're watching this show, Michelle, I need you to pay attention to take some
How
notes.
did I miss that?
Listen.
Okay.
Michelle, if Barry cheated on you with Jennifer Aniston, grow up and get over it. Because any guy would cheat on his wife with Jennifer Aniston. I'm sorry, it's the way of the world. Okay? Okay. Would every guy want a 68 Mustang? Yes.
64 is better.
Well, I'm not saying it, but I'm just saying. 60, yeah.
But 64 is the first year of the
Would every guy like to wake up in the Playboy Mansion? Yeah. Would every guy cheat on his spouse with Jennifer Aniston? Yeah. Sorry. It's the way of the world.
Well,
so if you're mad about that, don't be mad about that. Because I don't pick on you because of your body type or nothing. I'm not that guy.
A lot of Aniston thing is
a lot of
new
people
to
in
me.
chat.
Can someone please fill me in on what
a
the
lot
hell
of people
I
in
missed?
chat will pick on Michelle Obama because they say she looks like a man or must have been a guy that had a sex change or whatever. I don't do any of that. That's a low shot, and you guys are better than that. But let's be honest. I've seen Michelle Obama and I've seen Jennifer Aniston. It's not even a close race. It's not. I would literally crawl on my hands and knees in broken glass for Jennifer Aniston. I would crawl on my hands and knees in broken glass to get away from Michelle Obama. And I'm not knocking her, just not interested. Too tall for me.
Yeah, but the thing is,
too tall. That's really the
we'll
reason too. I hate tall women.
understand really in the next few months, because if Michelle Obama divorces Barack Obama, it'll be the first time a president and his first lady divorce.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna check.
Yeah, it's been all over the news. But the other part of it is Michelle Obama, if she desires the DNC machine, she has to put up with this and stay married to Barack because she needs his support and his charisma with the DNC machine.
But hasn't Michelle said repeatedly she has no interest in politics? Just because she says it doesn't mean it's true. I understand that. I understand that.
Don't protest too much.
No, but that has been her story, right?
Right.
Okay.
But if
only 2 presidents have ever been divorced, and that was Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump.
Before they got in.
And they were both before they got in. So nobody.
I'm talking about after.
Hold on, I'll keep looking.
After serving as president, no one has gotten divorced. And if Michelle has any desire to be a part of the DNC machine or to get elected to federal office, she needs to
She
stay.
needs Barack.
She needs to stay with Barack.
Okay.
Same thing with Hillary Clinton. Well, she got Secretary of State, but I mean, and she was a senator from New York, I think it was. But she needed to stay with Bill Clinton to raise that profile. Now, do we think they're sleeping in the same bed?
I think Hillary and Bill are two peas in the same pod. They certainly deserve each other.
Yeah.
And I believe they probably have the weirdest, freakiest, circusy sex ever. I think they do sleep in the same bed.
You do?
I
don't
do.
think they have
No,
any
I think
sex.
they totally do, and I think it is gross. And I think you'll need therapy if you read about it. I don't look. I'm not saying it's okay to cheat on your spouse. That's not what I'm saying at all. But
Jennifer Aniston would be the hall pass.
Jennifer Aniston is a hall pass by default. Have you seen her? She's a hall pass. Every man gets 5 hall passes.
5.
5.
Every woman gets.
Every woman
hall
gets
pass.
5 hall passes.
Okay. I didn't know the number was
We didn't
5.
have the hall pass discussion with you on this show before?
No,
Oh, we've had the discussion on the show before.
Okay.
By next week's show, assuming we have one,
We will.
all the gears here, there's microphones,
Don't worry.
the mall hasn't burned to the ground, guinea pigs aren't running amok. So on the show next week, I want you to bring in your 5 hall passes.
Okay.
And a hall pass, let me define what a hall pass is.
Okay.
A hall pass is a woman or a guy, I mean, you are a libertarian, a woman or a guy that you are allowed to cheat on your spouse with, and she cannot be mad at you for.
Okay.
But she gets, I want you to ask her her hall passes too.
Okay.
I guarantee one of them is The Rock. I guarantee it. He's everybody's hall pass.
Oh, I don't think so.
He's on Phil's hall passes.
No, Heather and I have had this conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think it's The Rock.
Do you know The Rock is on Phil's hall passes? Just kidding. Just a joke, sorry.
I would be surprised if The Rock wasn't on her, because she was, back in the day, Heather was a pretty big wrestling fan, and I do believe that she's been to a WrestleMania and enjoyed. I don't know.
Okay. Margie wants to get you pregnant.
What?
She said, "Let's get Kevin pregnant."
Well, first of all,
and then he
my
just
tubes are
responded
tied.
to himself, and it was Tom Martin. Can you do this? No, Kevin, or Kevin, no.
J. Andrew.
Yeah, so Kevin, no.
Here you go,
J.
Kevin.
Andrew, no. There, it's very easy.
Jen Aniston has had more wieners in her than a New York hot dog cart. Okay.
So here's one for you, Kevin.
Yes.
What first lady got married after being first lady?
Jackie O.
Well, okay, that one might be true. Point was, Buchanan was never married, so his niece was the first lady.
Oh, okay. Yeah, didn't Jackie Onassis get married? Yeah, she got
Yeah,
married to Onassis.
Aristotle.
Yeah. Aristotle
Yeah.
Onassis, so yeah. Come on.
Well, I didn't research that one very well.
Kevin Nelson said I heard JFK and Jackie were close to splitting up. I don't know.
They were pretty close.
I don't know. It wouldn't have happened
She
while he
just
was
married
in
into
office.
Camelot.
Yeah.
Maybe she's responsible for the man on the grassy knoll.
Nancy's mad that Lori didn't share about Barry and Jennifer Aniston.
Her?
What? Sorry, Nancy.
Nancy said, I've been paying attention to the news, but apparently not to the rag mags. I'd not heard one word about Jennifer Aniston and Barry. Lori, where were you? Why didn't you share this with me? I heard.
That's why
I'm sorry, Nancy.
I
I'll
hadn't
reach
heard
out
about it
next
either,
time.
which is why I was so confused.
Margie wants to know, Kevin, what religion programmed me?
What?
Margie said, Kevin, what religion programmed you? I'm not really sure how to answer that question.
I don't even see that in the chat.
I don't even know where the cable would go.
Lori Speed's now offering.
Do you know? Listen. Do you know who's on? Do you know one of the most?
USB 1.
Do you know one of the most surprising people on Paul's
What?
on Paul's hall pass list?
Who?
One of his 5.
Oh God, we're stepping into.
No,
it.
I'm serious.
What
Do you
is
know who's?
it?
And it surprised me when he told me this. Barack Hussein Obama is on his 5 list, and I asked him, really? He said, yeah, because I could sell that to a tabloid and make billions. So.
Well, millions.
Well, it would prove out a lot of those.
A lot of the accusations.
conspiracy theories, I guess.
I was always surprised that
Everyone's got a price.
Barack Obama was on Paul's hall pass list.
All right.
Phil, do you have a hall pass list? No, I didn't think you did. I knew you didn't have one. Do you have anybody that jumps in your mind for your hall pass list?
Actually, if you were to ask F-Bomb, she would probably give the same answer I'd give right now. I am a big Kate Beckinsale fan.
Oh my gosh, have you heard
Kate Beckinsdale? I gotta go look at
Beckinsale.
I gotta go look at a
You know
picture
who
of her.
she
She
is,
was
Kevin. She's
she
the
played in
precursor to Mandy
the
Moore.
she played in all the Underworld movies.
Yeah. Have you heard her on Graham Norton, what she does as a prank to her friends?
Really?
No.
Her face is wiggity whacked.
What?
Her face is whacked. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but she looks like the Joker.
Okay.
This town needs an enema.
Yeah. No, you need to go find some older pictures.
I'm looking at
Anyways,
Google
Kate
pictures.
Yeah, whatever.
Beckinsale tends to,
She does have a sense of humor.
with her partners, when they spend the night, she tends to pull pranks on them. And her best one is she put a little chocolate, like a mint that you would find at a hotel. She put it in her partner's buttocks.
Oh, I read that. Yeah.
And he went to work. He was late for work. Went to work, thought he shit his pants.
Yeah, because he had like an Andes mint squeezed between his butt cheeks.
And
yeah.
it was all over his underwear.
Yeah. I did read that article, yes.
Who was the girl that was in that musical
Well, you lost me.
about the singing groups?
Which singing groups? That's so vague.
Are we talking about movie or are we talking
It's a
TV
movie.
Because I'm thinking Leah Michelle, but that's high school
No.
musical.
And come on. And they have these singing competition groups, and it had Rebel Wilson in it.
Oh, Pitch Perfect.
Pitch Perfect. Who was the
Anna
girl?
Kendrick.
Anna Kendrick. That's
Oh,
I've not seen
she
the
has a
movie.
great one because she was on Trevor Noah, on his show, and he didn't know what a hall pass was.
Oh.
And she was talking to a gal who was wingmanning for her boyfriend, who said that Anna was on his hall pass list.
Oh, I do remember seeing that. Now that
Yeah.
you bring it up.
Yeah.
Maybe Anna Kendrick's on mine. No, you know who? Hold on. I'm gonna go look up Yvonne Strafosky.
Oh yes, you've
Yeah.
pointed this
I've
out
shown her
before.
out before.
Yeah.
She was on Chuck. Yeah.
I don't recognize her.
No, she's been on. She was in Handmaid's Tale and.
Didn't
Oh
see
yeah,
that.
she was the
Yeah. Anyway, okay, we're off the whole pass. We're not going to do that. We'll do that next week. We'll do that next week. All right. James Kennedy. There are things you write that even though we're not an AM anymore, I'm still not going to read.
Yeah, yeah.
James Kennedy.
He gets an A for creative writing.
I'd love to see him in college, right? Give us a 500-word dissertation about the Industrial Revolution. Okay. Yeah.
Only 500 words?
Yeah.
About the
Corey was right.
Industrial
Anna
Revolution.
Kendrick,
Okay.
James Kennedy says there's no such thing as a hall pass retards. Is he calling us retards and saying there's no such thing as a hall pass? Or is he saying that there's no such thing as hall passing retards? That's what I'm not sure what he's saying.
So I think a hall pass is similar to, like, remember, what was it, 70s and 80s when you would put the posters of the girl of the moment and,
Yeah.
you know, I had the Italian male model in his Speedo
Yeah.
on my ceiling.
I have the funniest story about ceilings and posters.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Go, Tom, go.
Go. All right. So, I mean, I think we all know that, Tom is into, body art, piercing and tattoos.
Yeah.
And it's
Can
kind
you
of,
please wear your nippleless sweater next week since Paul was not here today?
it's so funny that you bring this up, too, because when I went in to get my nipples pierced,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that shop doesn't even exist
Did
anymore.
they hurt when you get your nipples pierced? Was
Yeah.
it
Yeah, no, that's not.
excruciating?
It's a thing.
Okay. Not doing it.
I can't believe that was even a question.
Yeah, I mean, it is a hypodermic
That's a
needle going
guarantee.
through your skin.
Yeah.
Well, no, like when I got my tattoos, they didn't hurt at all.
Yeah, that's because this is pretty easy.
The forearm's pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's pretty simple.
Okay.
Try getting your ribs tattooed.
Nope.
Anyways.
Yeah, I've got another sitting here to finish my
Poster.
Yeah. Anyways, posters. Right. So I go into this tattoo shop, and I've decided I want to get some piercing done. So I know what the going rate is. I go in fully prepared, and the shop is dead that day. The shop is owned by a woman, and the other tattoo artist that happens to be in there that also does piercing is another woman. Okay, so I've got these two women that, I go and say, hey, I want to get some work done. And the girl's like, oh, well, okay. And so they start arguing over me about whose client I'm going to be.
I've had dreams about two women arguing over me, but it's never happened.
Yeah, it wasn't nearly anything you'd experience in your dreams.
Vicariously through you.
So they both agree, and so, okay, vicariously, we'll continue then. They agree they're going to share me. I know it sounds terrible, doesn't it? So each of the ladies is going to pierce one side.
Oh.
Right?
At the same time?
At the same time.
Oh.
Oh my God.
So I jump in the chair, and it's this old dentist chair, so they get it tipped back and to a good angle for them to work at.
Yep.
Well, I get tipped back, and I'm in a woman's workstation for tattoo art, right? Tattoo and body piercing and stuff.
Oh, so it doesn't fit you.
No. It's a dentist chair, but it's a woman's workstation. That's the important part, because when my chair gets tilted back and I'm looking up, the ceiling is covered in posters, and it's a sausage fest. So I'm looking up like, damn it, this is not what I want to look at while I'm getting this done. It was just really funny.
This is amazing.
It was to keep you from getting too excited. Is what it was.
I guess. And then, of course, they get out the forceps and the needles and all that stuff, and it's a 1, 2, 3, go. And it was over.
By the way, I have a new woman to put on my hall pass list.
Well, who?
Blake Lively.
What?
Blake Lively.
Really?
I just want to see if I meet Ryan Reynolds. I'm hoping he shows up. I just want to meet Ryan Reynolds. I don't mean anything dirty or naughty about that. I just want to meet Ryan Reynolds. So if he just shows up, that'd be great.
So when I was 15,
Mike.
When I was 15, I got a male model Italian
guy
in a Speedo,
Okay.
and put him on.
I wish the guys had been wearing Speedos.
It was truly a sausage
Like
fest.
I said, it was a sausage fest.
Anyways, so my parents were so upset.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They thought it was inappropriate, blah, blah, blah. Right? Because I'm
Okay.
a girl. My
Sure.
brother had Farrah Fawcett and Suzanne Summers all over his room.
Sure.
Didn't matter.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, so they called my grandma in during Thanksgiving and asked her to go into my room and lay on my bed and give
Respond.
a ruling.
Yes.
Give a ruling.
Yes.
And my grandma, Norwegian, first generation here in United States. And so she goes and lays on my bed. She comes out. She goes, "Good job." My parents were so mad. They were like, "What?" She goes, "No. Good
Atta
job."
girl, Grandma.
Yeah.
Atta girl.
And they were like, "We thought you'd be against it." She goes, "No. He's cute."
Mike said I had my nipples pierced, and you want to know what really hurts? I changed my shirt, and the hoops caught, and I ripped them out. Very, very painful. That's why I'm not doing the nipples, man.
I have gotten I just
Wait,
wear.
are you gonna pierce something
I have no
else?
piercings.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm gonna get more. I'm probably gonna get some more tats, but
I just have barbells in now. I had some rings when I first got them done, and I got a ring stuck in a ladder while I was climbing down, and I was like, yeah. That was close enough for me, so I can relate to what Mike's talking about.
I'm thinking about getting a face tattoo. Then they won't make me come in the office.
You go channel your inner Mike Tyson.
My inner Sing Sing inmate, yeah.
I was just thinking your inner Mike Tyson. We don't have to go quite sing.
Kevin just wants a dude to show up.
Yeah, because I said I wanted Ryan Reynolds to show up.
Oh, got it.
I was being funny. Janet, I know you're from Michigan, where senses of humor are not popular.
He also wants to tattoo a scale on his pee-pee, but it's definitely going to be metric. When you get down into the nether regions, whether you're male or female, there are some things that just should not be
I know
enhanced with jewelry or vajayjay dazzling or whatever, bedazzle.
I know a guy that had your name tattooed on his shaft. YOURNAME. Your name. Yeah.
Okay.
And he would whip it out in bars, because I bet you a beer I've got your name tattooed on my and that guy drank. I think he probably got enough free beer to offset the cost of the tattoo.
Okay.
Paul was going to tattoo his name on his, but he can get the letters M-E on there. Wasn't enough room.
Ooh,
Go ahead, Lori.
I was going to ask, if you're a guy getting your pee-pee tattooed.
Your privates tattooed, yeah.
Would you prefer a male or a female?
Tattoo artist?
Yeah.
I don't think it really matters at that point.
And how do they make sure that you don't move? Because that's got to be so sensitive, painful.
The art
General
of
anesthesia?
You would think, but I don't think they can, right?
no, you can get topical lidocaine.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
not general anesthetic.
No.
Yeah.
But you can get topical lidocaine for work. But I mean, even that in the tattoo industry.
Oh yeah, you're a wuss.
There are some artists that just won't use it. Mm-hmm. And then of course, I mean, there's all the old school stuff about it. Like me personally, I will not. Yeah, it's not. It hurting is part of it. It just is. I mean, I can't expand beyond that. But
All right.
you know,
It's a badge of honor.
sure.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, how the hell did we get off on tattoo talk?
I don't know.
I have no idea. You guys are deranged, to be honest.
It was deranged.
Like let's just be honest. Y'all are deranged. Yes, Phil.
Okay.
The hour and 5 minutes.
Top of your head in 5 minutes. All right, perfect. All right.
I think it was J. Andrew or Corey. Sorry, guys. Lost who it was. Brought up Snowden. I think it was Corey. Snowden getting a pardon.
Suggesting
What do we
Snowden should
think?
get a pardon. No, I don't think Snowden should get a pardon. Well, hold on.
Why?
For WikiLeaks? He was the WikiLeaks guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I thought that was Assange. He already got a pardon.
That's right. That was
Snowden was a defense contractor.
That's right.
Who was
That's right,
in
that's
Hawaii and then he took off.
Yeah.
And
Look,
now
our viewership
in
is
Russia.
up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Huh? Our viewership is up?
Yeah.
Oh.
Two.
Because we're talking about tattoo.
But
I don't know.
you know, it's like 10%.
Hey, listen. You be nice.
J. Andrew's gonna get your face tattooed on his thigh.
So he leaked classified documents that revealed the existence of global surveillance programs. So, what was his role? He was an NSA intelligence contractor.
Right.
He leaked the document. I'm really torn on this because on one hand, I don't want federal employees making unilateral decisions to release.
Not a federal employee.
He was a contractor.
Yeah.
Call it what you want to. Employee, contractor, same thing to me.
But he blew the lid off of FISA.
Right, but
Yeah.
but again, I'm just saying I don't want federal employees or contractors taking matters into their own hands and just releasing whatever data they see fit based on whatever they think is being done that's right or wrong. There are whistleblower programs out there that he could have reported the information to within legal channels if he believed it was illegal or unconstitutional, right?
How'd that work out for the Boeing?
But again, that's not my point. My point is, do we want people to take matters into their own hands and release data? I'm not saying we don't. I'm just saying that's the question for me. I know he's looked at as Robin Hood, but do we set ourselves up for a really dangerous scenario if we're encouraging people to release stuff that isn't really theirs to release?
Yeah, so we have a problem, and I mean, I think it's a pretty widespread problem. We have a problem with people acting on their opinions as if they were facts.
Yeah. Sure.
And I guess what you're right.
Again,
I also don't really know what the right answer is there, because we need whistleblower protections, because I think we can all agree to some degree or another that our government or governments, federal,
Agencies,
state,
yeah.
et cetera, I don't know that they're necessarily trustworthy all the time. So there needs to be a means of correcting government impropriety, but there also needs to be protections for national security, etc. Although
Right.
national security is a super easy crutch to lean on, for the government to say, you keep your nose out of this. It's national security.
right.
Or we have to go into a skiff
Right,
to
yeah.
address this with the judge, but you don't have clearance, so you
Yeah,
can't go
yeah.
in the skiff.
Right.
Yeah. And not only that, but if he goes to whistleblower protections through the government, the federal government, who he's whistleblowing on,
Right.
You really think he's safe? I mean, let's be honest.
Well, again, I don't know, but again, we are a nation of laws. We have laws in place
Yeah,
for a reason.
we are.
And this is another example of Republicans saying, boy, laws are really important. Well, except for this one. Like, you can't have it both ways. You either have the law and enforce it, and if you think the law is incorrect, then you change it. But if you have a law in place and you're not going to change it, then he deserves what he's getting. Presumptively, right? Like, I don't understand the intricacies of this case, why this was handled the way that it was, all of that. I do know that he married a really hot chick out of the deal, so he clearly came out ahead. But I don't understand why is a discussion about Snowden and why is a discussion not about the law that has him in trouble? If the law is that bad, then why haven't we changed the law? And until the law is changed, talking about pardoning Snowden doesn't make any sense. Because it means what he did is still illegal. Now, if we're like, it's really not illegal, we need to fix the law, and we reverse the law and now it's not there, then I could see you pardoning Snowden. And saying, hey, look, we realized after the fact that what you did really shouldn't have been this big of a deal. But we've never fixed it. So to this day, releasing classified documents the way that he did is still against the law. So if it is, there's no pardon. Because he willingly broke the law, regardless of his grandiose, self-aggrandizing reasons why he did it, he still did it.
So if the FISA, I think it's before the Supreme Court, or maybe they've already ruled, but if FISA goes down as illegal in the way it's been established and run, how about then? Does Snowden come home? Is he pardoned? Maybe not come home, but maybe is he pardoned?
If the Supreme Court rules in a way that would make sense, maybe.
Is Snowden past the point of no return? I mean, he became a Russian citizen, 4 years ago or something?
Oh, he did become a citizen.
Yeah, he is a citizen.
Three or 4 years ago or something.
Okay.
So, I mean, is he past the point of no return?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I just feel like he did something illegal.
He did, yes.
And
so
releasing of classified documents is still an issue.
Yeah. So, I mean, Ulbricht did too. He did something illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was trafficking.
But I didn't advocate for Ulbricht to get the pardon either. Like, I think Ulbricht should still be where he is.
Right.
But Republicans only want to enforce the law when it doesn't back up their agenda.
Rick has an interesting point. He
Rick,
says no.
quit making me look bad.
What if he was wrong? What if there were more going on than what Snowden had access to? And he was just the tip of the iceberg.
Is that what he's saying, or is he saying? He says, "I say no." What if he was wrong? So what if he was wrong to release the documents? I think is what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Never mind. Comments are important.
you can't just release classified data because you feel like you need to release classified data. That's some dangerous crap. You know, I mean, you can release data that puts secret agents over, CIA operatives overseas at risk, and drug informants. I mean, classified data is classified data for a reason. There's important stuff in there, and we start giving excuses and escape clauses to people who actively release out classified data.
So
that's some dangerous stuff, man.
Right, but the trouble is that classified data, I mean, it's easy for the government to say, this is national security, it's classified, keep your nose out of it, and then misbehave.
Yep.
And there's no accountability, so...
But conversely, what's the flip side of that? The flip side is...
but the flip side is, I mean, loss of life and danger to legitimate concerns. So what's the solution to that problem? I mean, because you've got to have protection for whistleblowers when there's no oversight to government misbehavior.
Well, and here's the other thing to back that up, right? Why was it classified data that the government was collecting data? Like, why is that classified evidence that the government was collecting data on us? I would argue that it should have never been classified.
No.
It was only classified because they knew we'd be pissed off if we found out about it.
Right.
So the classified records laws probably need to be revised to cover what exactly has to be classified. But telling us that you're collecting data on us should have never been classified. That should be common frickin' knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not something they keep from us. But again, that's my argument about, listen, if you haven't changed the law, then what he did is still illegal, then he shouldn't be pardoned. And if he's worthy of being pardoned, then you go back and change the law, and then you pardon him.
Right.
But you don't just pardon him because you think it's wonky. Because there's other people that are going to go to jail for the exact same thing. They're just not going to have the name recognition of Snowden or the hot wife.
I don't.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it creates a conversation there because, I mean, I think to some degree none of us really trust the government. So someone like Snowden is that, you know, he gets that Robin Hood tag, rightfully or wrongly. And
well, that's what he is now. He's just a Robin Hood.
Right, but I mean, it brings up the conversation of, do we need to have protections for Robin Hood? Do we need to have protections from Kevin?
Well, I mean, nobody can protect from me. I'm a superhero. Let's take a break. We'll get one more 2-minute break out of the way so we can reset the servers and whatnot. And then we come back. We'll just do some more lighthearted conversation for the rest of the hour. And we'll wrap this thing up at 10 o'clock as we're supposed to.
Lighthearted even.
Lighthearted.
Okay.
We'll also get Paul's thoughts on Snowden and why he's jealous that he didn't get to be Snowden's wife. So stick around. More of that and other stuff after this Outlaw Radio.
Hey, it's K-Dog with the Outlaw Radio Network. We are everywhere. You can follow us on all your favorite social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Vimeo, and more. And if you want to follow me personally, hop on your Twitter and just search for K-Dog the Outlaw. And don't forget our really cool website, outlawradionetwork.com, full of all the cool merch you've been looking for. Outlaw Radio Network. Are you an outlaw yet? Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance, Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-a-la-carte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Rain Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Rain Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Rain Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional. On a recent episode of the Outlaw Radio Network,
Some of our listeners even appreciated you dumbing it down for them. So, on behalf of
sometimes
Paul,
I have to
thank you.
mansplain for people like. By the way, mansplaining is when men explain things to a woman in a condescending tone. I just mansplaining.
Outlaw Radio Network, Sundays from 8 to 11, Wednesdays from 7 to 9, only on Megatalk.
All right, we are back on online.
Yeah.
I almost said on AM radio. We're not on AM radio.
We're not on AM anymore.
We're not on AM. I'm just perusing our chat. Janier Kennedy is still attempting to mate with Andy. That's good. I hope their babies would look more like Andy and less like Andrew Kennedy. Let's be honest.
We haven't really seen J. Andrew Kennedy, though.
But he's from Michigan. There's nothing attractive that comes out of Michigan.
Man.
Damn.
They all look like Wolverines.
Damn.
Buck teeth and big noses and lick their own urine. Wow. All right. Do you guys have anything on your minds that you guys want to get into tonight? I mean, I brought up a lot of topics, but I also realize you guys might have had things. And if not, I got you. Boo.
So has anybody been following Washington legislative session? Because it's a poop show supreme.
It's depressing.
Yeah.
The fact that our state legislatures are trying to take away the voice of the people, I mean, that makes me sad.
Mm-hmm. The Parental Bill of Rights is being quashed.
Yeah.
Is it being quashed? I thought that they were able to save it.
I haven't heard anything since Friday morning, so I'll be honest about that. But the last thing I heard Friday morning was that they were stripping it so that parents would not be notified of any medications or type of sessions or anything like that through the school district.
I don't understand.
That it would be up to the child.
Yeah, I don't understand that level of interference. I mean, I get that there are in very, very small, a small number of circumstances, there are kids that need to be protected.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the vast majority of families, I mean, I don't understand. That one just, it confuses me that there's somehow this idea that the vast majority of families around just Washington State are failing their own kids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand where that's coming from.
Yeah.
So,
Kevin?
I'm looking to try to see if I can find anything about the Washington State Parental Bill of Rights.
Mm-hmm.
We probably should talk to Travis Couture. He's been really active and vocal
Yeah.
about this kind of stuff.
He was. I listened to his. He was in a hearing that was played several times where they kept saying, "Oh well, we can set a meeting with you, Travis, and talk later."
yeah,
And-
Lady up north, Tara.
Simmons?
She's on the
Yeah.
winning team.
Yeah, but she was part of. I'm not sure if she was part of that co-sponsor, but yeah.
Would she be carrying water for all the nonsense they're doing, or would she have any good insight?
yeah. I just
I don't know.
my problem is that the vast majority of families don't need this government overreach, and for the percentage of families where kids are being neglected or are not, they're not being served right by their families, the protections are already there. I just don't. I don't understand it. I'm glad that my kids are of the age of majority and can make adult decisions for themselves now.
Yeah.
It just, yeah.
I don't think. I don't think we're ever going to get to where we believe parental rights should be in this state.
Yeah,
I think there's just too many forces at play. There's too many agendas. I don't know why the left is so gung ho with letting adolescent children make decisions about things that they are not mentally nor physically prepared to make the decisions on.
Climate
Yeah.
change.
Huh?
Climate change.
What do you mean?
If they sterilize themselves by different operations or medications, they won't have children. Children contribute to increasing the population. Increased population is climate change.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
if
mean,
it's
I've heard that argument.
population control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I agree with that, because that's just too nefarious for me to buy into. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm being naive. But I don't understand this desire to remove responsible adults from the room. Like, I understand why the left will say, well, we don't want kids at the hands of their abusers making these decisions, and I would totally agree with that. Right?
I like I said, I know there is a small percentage, but the vast majority of families in Washington State, they function just fine. We don't need government overreach. We have tools in place to protect children in the event of abusive parents. Mm-hmm. Is it perfect? No. But it's, yeah.
But do we want to allow teachers, administrators to now become the abusive parent?
Well, I mean, that's the danger I think we run into.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Phil?
So I'm trying to follow the law. So we're saying there's abusive parents, so we need to have this law to protect kids from the abusive parents. Isn't there already laws in place to prosecute people who are doing bad things
Right,
to children?
that's exactly what I'm
That's
just
what
saying.
Phil was saying.
So why not
Tom.
just-
I'm Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I think we already have those things in place. So this all really just smacks of government overreach, as far as I can interpret.
If you're hurting children,
You need to be held accountable.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if the government is hurting children, it needs
How
to
do
be
you
held
hold them
accountable.
accountable?
Yeah. I don't know how, other than with our vote.
There you go.
But we're not smart enough to vote that way.
Amen.
Apparently.
how are we
Amen.
holding them accountable, Kevin?
We're not.
Oh,
I mean, you personally experienced that. with
Yeah,
the
we're
government
not holding
harming
anybody
your child.
accountable. We continue on the state and federal levels, continue electing the same dipwads that do the exact same things. And even when a dipwad steps aside, we elect
We put
somebody
a
with
fresh
the exact
dipwad.
same views of the dipwad we just got rid of. There is no there's no stepping back, right? We just continue to march forward in this idea of progressively eroding away rights. And Republicans in the state can try as much as they want to. They don't have the numbers.
Right.
You know, this parental bill of rights, in theory, is a great idea. But even if it were left alone and passed in its entirety, the Democrats would find ways to slowly erode it back, little bits and pieces that, for the most part, went unannounced.
I just don't understand what the motivation is behind that. I truly don't.
I don't
get
either.
it.
I don't either.
Because not every family is perfect. I get it, and there are instances, albeit small. I think a very small percentage of the population where kids are truly neglected and abused and are in need of rescuing from bad parenting. That's not the vast majority.
No.
And we have to quit treating the population like it is, because that's how the state government's coming across. Like, all these poor kids are being abused by their families, and they need to be protected. That's just not the case. So I don't know what the right answer is.
I don't either. I'll never understand the motivation. You know, maybe if Lila is still in the chat, she can grace us with her. You know, well, here's the standard, right? Children are human beings and are not property. They're also undeveloped human beings with undeveloped brain functions and undeveloped brain stems and undeveloped brain activity that are not making decisions that are based on the best needs of what they're
themselves or being
themselves or anybody
functional
else.
members of society. I mean, they have to grow up. They have to learn how to be functioning members of a greater group somehow.
Right.
We can't be wild wolves in the woods. Although that sounds nice sometimes.
It kind of goes back to voting and to enlisting in the military versus you can't take a drink or whatever.
Right.
I mean, how can you do medical procedures or chemical castration and then you're stuck and you were 12, 13 and now you're messed up for the rest of your life?
Yep.
I mean,
Well, and I'm just going to use the left's own ammunition against them. In California, they pushed to make it a law that if you were convicted of murder and you were under the age of 26, you could not be sentenced to death because your brain was not fully developed and you were not 100% responsible for what you were responsible, but not wholly and completely because your brain was not fully developed. If that's the case, then how can you argue that somebody at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old knows what they're doing when it comes to their body, knows what they're doing when it comes to these decisions? I'm not even talking about the LGBTQ trans thing. I'm talking about medical care. I'm talking about birth control. I'm talking about anything that has something with the body. And I'm not suggesting that they're like, I hate that Lila does this. Kids are not your property. I never said that they were.
Yeah, me either.
I'm suggesting that they have an advocate in their corner who is an adult, who has life experiences, and who has the better interest of the child in mind to help with that decision. Now, it's not always going to be the parents. I mean, there are bad parents out there who should not be. But I think we have a court, and I think we have a family court, and we have ways for, if a kid decides, hey, I have cancer, but I don't want to do this treatment, and my parents want me to, then they can go before a judge. In this state, the judges are very sympathetic to these issues. They can go before a judge, explain it to the judge, and the judge can say, I'm going to emancipate you.
Yep.
And then you can get emancipated. But there needs to be a check and balance in there. allowing children to make all of their own decisions on medical matters, on the LGBTQ transitional stuff, is really dangerous because their brains aren't all the way there yet. And in 5-10 years, when their brains are fully developed, they could very well come back and say,
What have I done?
holy crap, why didn't you guys stop me? I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't let kids own guns.
We don't let kids get tattooed before they're 18.
Right. We don't let them own guns. We don't let them under 16 drive a car. Under 18, they can't vote. Under 21, they can't buy a pack of cigarettes. Why? Because they can't make decisions about their long-term health when their brains aren't fully developed. So why are we letting them make decisions over medical stuff without having a competent, reasonable adult in their corner? Now, who that is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ideally, it's a parent.
Yeah.
But it's not always going to be a parent. But there needs to be somebody, whether that is going to a judge and asking to be emancipated.
Mm-hmm.
And if a judge feels like that a kid should be emancipated, I'm all for it.
Right.
But make him go to somebody who knows better, who's got some life experience and can apply some element of law.
Not someone pushing an agenda.
Yeah, rather than and again, that goes to protect with the parents too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some parents will protect an agenda.
Right.
So give the kid design a guardian ad litem services in the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Kids 15 years old decides that they want to be able to have XYZ, whatever the procedure is, and their parents won't let them or doesn't advocate for it, or they feel like their parents are trying to force them into a procedure they don't want, they go to the guardian and they explain it and they go before the court. And then that guardian can kind of
intervene.
No, I don't mean intervene, but can advocate
Sure.
Yeah,
for the child, before the judge.
Yeah.
And the parents will be invited to the court hearing and they can give their opinions. This is why I think little Susie should not do X, Y, and Z.
Right.
And then an unbiased judge will make the decision.
And that service is already available.
Yes.
Because it's already present for divorces,
Mm-hmm.
child custody, and or other emancipation of children.
And in Washington State, the judges are very amenable to that kind of stuff. So you're probably still going to see a lot of things go that way. But you have to have an element of due process, a series of checks and balances. And we don't have that right now. We're giving minor children who don't know what the F they're doing the ability to make decisions like they know what the F they're doing. And they don't. Paul says, hello, Paul. It's good to see you. My kids are my property while underage, living in my home, eating my food. They are my responsibility, and I raise them to understand that. Okay. I understand what Paul's saying. I never advocate for saying that kids are your property, but they are your responsibility as a child, as a parent. That's why, if a kid goes and shoots up a school with a gun they got from their parent, the parents are being held responsible. Why is that? Because the kids don't know better. So if you're not going to make a kid fully responsible for them taking a gun to school and shooting up their classmates, then how can you make them? You know what I mean? Like, it's one or the other. They're either not mature enough to understand that it's not a good idea to go to a school with a gun and shoot people up.
Right.
And if they don't get it, then they certainly can't get the importance of a medically life-saving procedure.
Right.
The long-term effects of a transition serum procedure.
Right. Well, even take it back a notch. Like, I have one child who, if this was prevalent when he was in high school, he could have died from just a mainstream birth control that would have been pushed because he's allergic. And that was something that when he was getting ready to go to college, I really had to focus in and be like, hey, we need to go check out options. I know this is awkward, this is mom, but we need to do this because you don't remember when you had your allergic reaction as a small child, and your dad and I just remembered we haven't had this conversation with you.
Lila says maybe that's the doctor or teacher that is better than the parents. It very well could be. But I'd like to advocate that goes before a judge, and the judge gets to decide who that appropriate person is.
Yeah.
I don't want my kid, and all my kids are grown now, are adults now. I don't want my kid to go to school, meet a teacher in September, first day of school, and in October that teacher thinks they know my kid enough to recommend anything.
Right.
Whether I support it or not.
Right.
At what point do you draw the line? The same thing with the doctor. I don't know what the doctor's agenda is. But if the doctor thinks that that's the right thing, I don't have an issue with that. But go before a judge and make sure the judge has heard all sides. The parents have had the opportunity to present their side, and then the judge makes a decision.
Well, that's why I think that's the major flaw in all of this pushing around about parental rights and stuff, is because it seems that the motivation is to keep things from parents. But if we go ahead and just embrace the idea that there needs to be clear, concise, transparent communication, if a kid doesn't feel right at home, the kid should be able to go to a doctor, a counselor, a teacher, someone at school, whatever, and say, here are my concerns. And then there just needs to be clear, concise communication between the teacher, the child, and the family, the student, mom, dad, dad, whatever that situation is.
Both parents should be involved at all levels until the judge has said not to be. Right? Mm-hmm. And if there's accusations about abuse or psychological abuse or neglect or whatever, then it needs to be investigated and let CPS get involved.
Right.
Look, I'm not advocating for bad parents to have a say.
No.
But you're going to punish 85% of good parents because of the actions of 10 to 15% of bad parents?
Well,
if it's even that high, I don't know what it is.
And the other thing, we also have to understand that children, especially children with underdeveloped brains, will make stupid accusations, and those stupid accusations shouldn't destroy a family. Oh, dad was accused of child abuse, now he loses his job at the shipyard. There needs to be that has to be protected against as well.
Lila's not listening. Lila says maybe they do know what they're doing. You're assuming every child is dumb, and that's dumb. We can know, ask, and understand a kid and has kid-appropriate teachings. Their brain's not fully developed. And by the way, this is not a Republican platform I'm spewing, Lila. This is a very leftist, liberal platform that leftist, liberal doctors and scientists have come up with, saying that the brain stem is not fully developed until it's 26. So if that is the case, so hold on, Lila. So using your reasoning, then kids should be able to join the military at 13. Kids should be able to buy cigarettes at 13.
Drink.
Kids should be able to drive at 13. Drink. Kids should be able to drink alcohol at 13 because
buy a house.
Whose responsibility is to tell them that they're not responsible enough to handle that? I hope you answer that because I'm curious. And Lila said every situation is different. All you're doing is blanket statement stuff. That's what a law is. A law is a blanket statement. A law is not written for every exception. And I didn't blanket it. I said take it to a judge. I don't know why you're so reluctant to have an independent arbiter step in and review this. Maybe it's because you think you might be wrong. Jane Kennedy says, can we give Kevin birth control? Don't need to. I've already had him snipped.
One thing to think about, too, when we have the government or whoever get involved and they're like the school getting advocating for, that puts a parent in a precarious position of needing legal representation that they may not be able to afford. There really should be, if we're going to do this, there needs to be protections for parents against really false accusations. Absolutely. They should have representation on both. The whole thing, it gets messy real quick, and really whoever wins, it's usually whoever has the money. And let's face it, the state has the money.
And I agree. And I'm not suggesting this is a perfect way to solve it, but it is definitely better than what we're doing now, which is not giving parents any insight or any ability to advocate. They're just left out of it. Even if they're a great parent. And that's kind of what Lila's doing is, well, what about the horrible parent? Well, the horrible parent is a minimal percentage of the ones that are probably good parents that really love their kids.
So we'll punish the good percentage for the few.
Well,
and on top of that, what if a child, again, this is a minimal, it's not a majority of the cases, but what if the child is with a teacher, staff member, whatever, that's advocating for them, that's actually a predator.
Right.
And gets in their ear. That happens. It's not a predominant, but it happens.
The student doesn't want to upset their teacher. They want to be the teacher's pet, or they want to be viewed favorably. So that's why they are like, oh, yeah, I want to do this. The other part of it is, when did teachers become the arbiter of what's good for our children and what's not? teachers should be teaching our children.
Well, here's my question then. So clearly Lila thinks that Mary Kay Letourneau never should have gotten in trouble because she was a teacher and she just helped Billy Fulau to experience what he wanted to experience regardless of his age. I mean, it's a stretch for me to say that, but based on her argument, I would argue, well, how is that any different? I mean, on one hand, you're enabling a child not to have a medical procedure to do something. On the other hand, you're enabling a child to experience their body in the way that they want to. I would argue those aren't that far apart. So clearly a male teacher helping a 13-year-old girl find out what it's like to have sex for the first time, clearly they would be okay with that because, let's be honest, it's her body, it's her choice. If she can legally have an abortion without a parent, if you want her to be able to have an abortion without a parent's interference or objection, are you telling me she can't have sex with who she wants to? I mean, isn't that just one more step forward in this argument? And I'm not advocating for it. It's a little gross. But where are you going to draw the line?
Right.
You're saying that these children have the mental capacity to make these decisions. And Lila will say, well, you're making blanket statements. Of course I am. That's what a law is. Let's see what else here. Corey, nobody should be involved in my kid's life, telling them what sex they are or can be, but Jane and I. Rick says, Nancy, egg allergy, serious. Oh, because if his son gets a flu shot.
Right.
And there's always a risk of a reaction to any kind of one of those, any kind of vaccines. I'm going to start doing allergy shots. Because my sinus allergies have just gotten so out of hand, I'm always sniffling. But they gave me EpiPen.
Yeah.
Because 1 out of 1,000 is likely to have a shot reaction to that, and I might be one of those ones, so I got an EpiPen at the house.
Yep.
Giving myself a shot just freaks me the fuck out. Lila says we can have restrictions. I never said that we can't. We have that now, but we don't. I told this story before. Took my daughter when she was 13. She kept complaining that she was dizzy and at risk of passing out and maintaining her attention. The doctor wanted to draw blood for an iron test. An iron test.
Right.
And she refused, and nobody could require her to. What if she had a major medical condition going on that blood test would have identified and could have saved her life? But because she was afraid of needles, which is something that immature children do, I'm more afraid of the needle than of the long-term medical implications it could cause if I don't get the test.
Yep.
Now, luckily for her, nothing happened.
Yep.
But what if it was? What if that blood test would have identified pituitary cancer?
Right.
What if that blood test would have identified juvenile diabetes? A number of things that could have caused the symptoms.
Right.
But because she was a child, she didn't want the big bad needle. I mean, that's what we're advocating for? And as her parent, I couldn't. And Lila said we can have restrictions. There was no restriction to that.
No.
She was allowed to bypass the blood test because she was afraid of the needle.
I'm just imagining, my adult brother.
Yeah.
He really doesn't care for needles.
Yeah.
But I go in there, kids, time for a blood draw. Oh, no, I don't want, it's okay. Here, I'm sitting here, and I just talk through it, and the phlebotomist does a wonderful job. He's all just, I'm like looking at, I'm just imagining a 13-year-old. It's okay.
Oh, she wouldn't even go into the room with it. She found out she got a blood test, and she had a meltdown in the hallway because she knew a needle was coming. And she's mastered the art of manipulating the system. Yeah. Lila, look, if you want to have the straw man argument, fucking straw man argument again, Lila, come on, that we should have kids join the military and such. I didn't say we should. I asked you a question that you haven't answered. So let's try this again, Lila. This is an easy question. If you believe that children's brains are developed enough to make their own decisions about medical procedures, trans procedures, all of that kind of stuff, if you believe that they're that mature, then does that also mean they should be able to join the military if they want to? They should be able to own a gun. They should be able to drive a car. They should be able to vote. They should be able to have alcohol at 13 years old. This is a simple question. Do you believe they should, or they shouldn't? If you believe they should, then okay, it matches with all the other stuff about them being that mature. And if you believe they shouldn't, I would ask you, why? So answer the question. Quit deflecting on me with straw man arguments. I'm asking you a question. It's a reasonable question. They're either mature enough to make major life impacting decisions or they're not. And you can't have both. You can't be like, well, they can make these major life impacting decisions, but they can't make these because they're not ready. Well, it's one or the other. Margie says, what if a child is a pervert? Have you met any 15-year-old boys that aren't a pervert?
Yeah.
They're all pervert. Every 15-year-old boy is looking at Mary Kay Letourneau going like, oh, yeah.
See, but that's not pervert. That's just a normal,
That's normal
15-year-old boy with normal 15-year-old hormone levels. I mean,
Lila, just make up fake arguments. It's not a black and white argument. I'm asking you questions, Lila. Why do you refuse to answer them? I've answered all of yours. Try answering the question. Stop. Just make up fake arguments. It's not black and white. Start portraying it that way. Okay, whatever. And then she said it again. Then she said it again.
Copy and paste.
Robert said, make teachers legally liable for the outcome of coaching the child down that dark path. I think it'd be hard to hold them accountable. Like, I think it'd be hard to prove how much influence they had over a child. I mean, because their peers have an influence, TV has an influence, society has an influence. I think it'd be tough. Like, if you could prove it, maybe, but...
There are teachers who have told their students, elementary age, upper elementary age, to delete the emails so their parents don't find them.
what about cameras in the classroom?
Hold on, Lila. There is an adult that is deathly afraid of needles, too, that I know. I just took them to the ER last night. Why not just force them as well? They're an adult, Lila. They have a fully formed prefrontal cortex, mandibula, umbigula, ungata, whatever it is, right? They have a fully developed brain to make those decisions. I don't know why you're choosing to intentionally ignore the things that I'm saying to you or the questions that I'm asking you. But Lila, I'm not idiot. I'm not an idiot to the fact that that's exactly what you're doing. Stay on the little small world train that I've concocted here. We're talking about children with undeveloped, not fully developed brain activity, and they lack the ability to make a fully informed adult decision, and that is recognized in the state of California, which is why if you're convicted under the age of 26, you can't get the death penalty for murder because your brain's not fully developed. So if we accept that that's a fact, then where do you draw the line? And you still haven't answered the question, although I'll keep scrolling down the chat to see if you do. All right. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. I don't even remember where I was going because I was sitting here kind of perusing the chat myself while you were making your statement. Oh, hell, I really can't. I can't remember where the hell I was going.
I think Nancy has a good point. Lila, arguments can't be bad faith if you're actually trying to debate and bring out different points. That's not bad faith. Bad faith is just repeating the same thing over and over and not expanding upon it.
No. What bad faith is Lila's way of saying, you've made a very logical question that I do not wish to answer because any answer that I give is going to prove that I haven't really thought this through. Well, you know, and I'm not trying to be mean to Lila, but there's a reason why you won't answer the question. And Lila, unlike you, I'll answer every question you ask me. Please throw me a question. Please, anything, I'll answer it. But you haven't done the same, and I'm curious why. You said in chat, it's hard to argue about this in chat, and I'm the only one that understands it. Then if you understand it, try to answer the question. Like, this isn't tough, Tom.
You're kind of tossing it my way again, but I still just got distracted.
Lila said bad faith is asking children to go in the military. I didn't ask children to go in the military. That's not what I said, Lila. I don't know how many of the ways I could string these words together, but let me try one last time. If you believe that children as young as 13 are mature enough to make major life decisions about their bodies that will impact them for the rest of their lives, such as medical procedures, LGBTQ trans procedures,
hormone
procedures, any of that stuff. If you believe that at 13 they are mature enough to make that decision, then does that mean you also believe that they should be able to make other decisions that will impact the rest of their lives? Should they be able to go in the military if they want to? See, their choice. I'm not advocating they go in. I'm saying 13-year-old Jimmy wants to join the Marines and carry a gun and wear the cute little uniforms. Do you believe he should be able to because he's 13 and he's making that decision? Should they be able to have sex with somebody in their 40s because they're 13 and they can clearly make decisions that will impact the rest of their lives? That's what I'm asking. Should they be able to smoke legally? Should they be able to buy alcohol? Should they be able to vote because they're that smart now? Should they be able to drive a car? That's what I'm asking you. And if you don't believe they should be able to do any of those things, please tell me why. What about them keeps them from being able to do that, but still allows them to decide to cut off their wanker? That's all. Okay. Lilat said no because it's a power dynamic. Drive a car, we can test them. Voting, sure. She wants to let 13-year-olds vote. Okay. She's breaking it down. Okay. Drive a car, we can test them. No, because it's a power dynamic. But you don't believe there's a power dynamic when a teacher's involved, helping to guide a student into what they should do or where they should be or any of that? Okay. Phil?
I mean, I was thinking, don't the teacher have a moral responsibility? Now, I realize we don't assign morals the same way anymore, but
right.
Moral responsibility is you're guiding children to become good citizens and healthy humans.
Yeah.
I mean, some of this, I would argue, this is pushing a moral. But then nobody's going to agree on what that moral thing is.
Right, and I would argue that LGBTQ, trans, whatever people can still be good contributing members of society, whether they've had the procedure or not. So I don't know if I would agree with you that argument works. But
how do you assign that?
Yeah, but how you assign that is a great question.
Being moral versus, are these going to be fringe cases, or are we seeing more of it because? Is it a little bit of the Barbra Streisand effect, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, we're seeing more of it because there's more of it happening. The Barbra Streisand. You ever heard of that?
I've never heard of the Barbra Streisand.
Oh, yeah, Barbra Streisand is like, I don't want you guys taking pictures of my house. Oh, which house should we not take pictures of?
Oh, really? Okay. I thought the Barbra Streisand effect was every time I hear one of her songs, I want to drown myself in the bathtub. So, and Lilat said, and Lilat and I agree with this, it's not black and white. Every situation is different. But the law has to be in place to protect the situations.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It is not black and white, and it is a case by case. So why are we making black and white laws that assume that assume the parents are fucking up?
Right. Well, but that's my point. You have to make a law that makes the most sense across the board for what the most likely scenario is.
Right.
I believe the most likely scenario is that most parents love their kids and want the best for them and do the best they can to raise them and be productive.
Right.
I do believe there's exceptions to that, but I believe the preponderance of the time, parents care about their kids, love their kids, and try to take care of their kids.
That's just biology.
So the law should leave that in place without clauses, such as family court, where a third party gets involved. And if little Jimmy is 13 years old and he's mature enough to vote and understands it, then he can go to the court and say, I would like to be emancipated.
Right.
And then they can emancipate him and he can do whatever he wants to at 13 years old because he's proven to the court that he's responsible enough to handle it. Corey said, how about we don't just cut off any private parts till they're 18?
No.
Okay.
Emancipation is generally limited to when you demonstrate there's like an abusive situation with the parents. You got healthy parents. That's my understanding.
Maybe, but I think you could loosen the emancipation laws at that point and say let's emancipate them when they have shown an ability to fend for themselves, regardless of their parents' abilities. The children have shown that they're intelligent. Their brain has developed enough that they can have logical, reasonable thought, whatever you want to put on that, and then let the judge grant that.
Now, let's give an example that'll usually make some people lose their mind.
Yes.
What if the child can demonstrate that they can safely use weapons? Should they be allowed to own guns at 13?
Well, I asked that earlier. Lila, do you think kids as early as 13 should be able to own a gun?
No.
Although I would guess that they may not be in favor of gun ownership at all, which might put a different wrinkle in the question.
Yeah.
But
because historically, children would have a rifle. They would be okay. You're going out. You know how to use it safely because we have taught you. We're in a different generation today. I'm not sure why, but it's a different time. But children were trusted.
Yeah.
Children. There was a time when children were trusted, and it may still be today in the rural parts. You're driving the tractor and the combine because that's the job that needs to get done, and you do it safely and effectively.
Before the hail hits the wheat. Yep.
So Lila said, and you know what? Intersex kids' parents do that. Do what, Lila? Again, you have to remember there's a delay. How about people actually read the material on trans people, the horridness that comes with the fear-mongering? This is disgusting. Maybe she's talking about what you said, Phil, about contributing members of society. I have nothing against LGBTQ trans anybody, anywhere. Not even kids. I really don't. If you knew my daughters and their friends, they have friends that are LGBTQ, trans, whatever, right? I don't have any issue with it. I am suggesting, though, that decisions that are made that have long-term implications on the body need to be curtailed until they're old enough to know exactly what they're agreeing to. Mm-hmm. That's my only concern. Because sometimes you can't reverse it. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. But if you could put the genie in the bottle, you could get it back out by rubbing it the right way. But go ahead.
I apply the tattoo rule. I mean, if you're old enough to get a tattoo, then you're probably old enough to, figure out hormone therapies and all the rest of that stuff. At 13, you go in for surgery, but you can't get a rose tattooed on you. That doesn't make sense.
Again, it's all the same thing, right? It's all the same argument. If you're mature enough to understand the long-term implications of anything, significant. No, I'm just using the medical procedure umbrella. Lila is mad because we talked about cutting wankers off, and I was just using an example. Don't freak out of the wanker. But any medical procedure, any medical option, if you believe the child is smart enough and mature enough and developed enough to make that decision, then I can't imagine what decision would be more impactful than medical. And then I would say tattoos should be fine, and I would say driving a car should be fine, and I would say owning a gun should be equal to whatever the state law is. I would say drinking, smoking, weed. Like if you've reached the point where you believe they can handle the ramifications that come with that medical decision, then they should be able to make all of it. Because that's long term, that's long planning.
Nothing's really more important than your health.
And clearly there's not a power dynamic. I mean, again, I'm taking this too far, but clearly there can't be a power dynamic because they're smart enough to understand that there might be a power dynamic and they're mature enough to be able to handle it.
That should be the idea.
Again, I'm stretching this, but
sure.
It just,
I think you could argue that's the idea.
I think you put laws in place, you put it on the parents, and you give the kids an easy out. And that easy out is they go to the court and they go before a judge. Could they go to a teacher?
That's not an easy thing for a 14-year-old to figure out.
It clearly is if they're doing it now anyway. They're going to the doctors without their parents because they got people in their ears, which is fine. But if you're a kid at school and you believe that you need to do X, Y, and Z, and you tell your teacher, let them take you to the court. Okay. Instead of taking you straight to the doctor. And the teacher should say, I support you in this, but we've got to see a judge. We need a judge to give you that ability since you're a minor. And then the teacher takes them to the judge.
But that conversation still needs to include the parents.
Well, but I think that's part of the judge's responsibility at that point.
Right.
The kid goes to the judge. The judge says, if you don't feel safe in the home, I'm going to place you in foster care for the next week. A week from today, we're going to have a hearing. I'm going to notify your parents, and your parents will come to the hearing. They'll explain why you think this is wrong. You can explain why they're wrong, and then I'll make a judgment call.
Right, but
if I think you need to go back to the parents, I'll pull you back out of foster care and put you back with the parents. If the parents are wiggity whacked, then I'm going to leave you with the foster care, and we'll figure it out from there.
Right, but that's not happening. You already know this. I mean.
But it's not that. But I'm suggesting the resolution.
Right. I mean, that's that makes sense. That's a reasonable resolution. But I mean, the state's not doing that. I mean, you already have pushback from the state.
And Lila says every situation is different, which is why my situation addresses every situation which is different, which is the judge gets to hear it and be a part of it. Mm-hmm. You can hang up posters in the lunchroom. Mm-hmm. Are mommy and daddy mean to you? Go to the court. Like literally.
Sure.
Anyway, all right. Or teachers could just teach math and science and sit the fuck out of my kid's ear about sex anything. Well, I have a really weird thought on that, which is I'd almost rather sometimes the teachers are the ones in our kids' ear about sex as opposed to their friends and their peers. Because There's a lot of stuff getting spread around schools from friends and peers that are not factually accurate.
Right.
And I'm not advocating the teachers should be doing it, but sometimes I almost wish it was a teacher's.
If teachers could do it in a really clinical manner, because there's parents there that do a shit job of it too, right? And so then you've got little Johnny or little Susie wandering around, misguided because a unrealistic worldview of something in the home, right? And that's just as easy to mislead little Johnny and Susie and.
Yeah. Margie said we did spin the bottle. Yeah. Look how that turned out, Margie. I never played spin the bottle.
What?
I had video games. No. Spin the bottle. What the fuck? Spin the bottle. What am I, 90?
90?
Hello, kitties. Let's all get together and play spin the bottle.
No, you would have been 11.
What happened when actually, how does spin the bottle work? Like, seriously, because I don't know the answer to this. So, the four of us are playing spin the bottle. And I spin the bottle and it lands on you. What does that mean?
I don't know. What was the rule set before
I don't know.
you spin the
you
bottle?
have to
So
set
you
the
set
rules.
rules ahead of
Yeah.
time? Like, what are some of the common rules of spin the bottle?
What
Like, you
are
have to
the
kiss the
parameters?
person? Or
Like-
It depends on the age.
It depends on the age. It could be, what was it called? 7 minutes of heaven.
What is 7 minutes of heaven?
That's a rule that you can use to agree upon.
You roll with that however you
So
want.
you set rules. So the rule could be, if
So
I
you
spin the
play
bottle and I land on
rules.
you, I get to punch you in the nose, theoretically. No? But that could be a rule, right? Like, there's a bunch of guys, right?
Yeah.
I spin the
A
bottle,
bunch
lands
of
on
guys
you,
aren't gonna play spin
I get to
the
punch you in the
bottle.
nose. I don't know. I never played spin the bottle. I
Yeah.
did not grow up in prehistoric times. So I spin the bottle, lands on you.
We're
But
all
it-
the same age.
that's
yeah.
But
When I
it's,
was-
you're older than I am. Stop it.
By 2 years,
Doesn't
we went to
matter.
the same school.
Dinosaurs died off in between when you were born and when I was born.
And I'm younger than both of you,
Yes.
not by much, and I played spin the bottle.
Where'd you
as a
grow up,
kid
Tom?
All over the place.
Where were you in your 8th or 9th grade year?
San Diego.
Where did you live in Eastern Washington?
That was my college years.
That's when you played spin the bottle, huh? Because there was no internet, no phone, no cable.
Well, there was no
You had-
internet
you had-
because there was no internet yet.
You had to ride a horse out of town. Like, I know.
There was no
So-
internet yet. I mean, I finished college just as emails were kind of
Corey says,
reliable.
Kevin doesn't know the rules to spin the bottle or 7 minutes in heaven. You've just been donated to Super Beta Mail. Corey, here's the difference.
Oh no!
I did not need spin the bottle or 7 minutes of heaven to meet girls at that when I was that age. I was scoring just fine all by myself off my Mac Daddy skills. So you can
And there is an army of children and baby mamas to back all that up. So
yeah. Lila says that's why kids need age appropriate sex education beginning at age 5. I think 5 is probably too young. For sex ed.
For
I would
sex.
agree.
Well, I guess it depends on what is age appropriate. Well, hold on, let's have this conversation.
I would say
What is age appropriate sex ed?
five,
Is
I
it
mean,
Sure.
It's
Is
the
it-
birds and the
Test dummy.
bees. Mommy and daddy love each other very much, and that's where babies come
or
from.
is it providing appropriate names to body parts? Maybe
Sure.
that's it. I don't know.
Sure.
At 5,
Yeah.
I was 6.
Boys have a penis. Girls have a vagina.
men are from Mars, women are from Venus, whatever. So if that's age appropriate.
Kindergarten cop.
But if you're like tab A goes into slot B with the 5-year-olds, I would say
That
that's
might be
not
third grade.
That's not age appropriate.
That might be third grade.
Maybe,
Very, very low level.
Yeah, I don't know.
We
I don't know.
don't have to talk about reverse cowgirl or anything with the third graders.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say that Lila said body, parents, and what consent is saying no to touching. Okay, I don't have an issue with that.
Sure.
I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah.
But
And parents is probably parts.
body
That's my
parts, yeah.
guess, yeah.
Here's the deal, right? When you say sex education at age 5, every Republican in the world is shitting their pants.
Yes.
Because they're like, they want to teach my 5-year-old about sex. And what Lila is saying is not about sex. It's about boundaries, saying no to inappropriate behavior.
But that's
what
the
is consent?
but that's the
I think
sort
that's
of
probably a little young
smart-
for what is consent is, by the way. I think.
No.
No.
What is consent? I can consent for you to touch me or not.
Yep.
Okay,
Right.
but again,
That was against your consent. I mean, it was your shoulder, but
do it again,
that was
Tom.
yeah,
Harder, faster.
Yeah, harder.
But nobody, a 5-year-old cannot give consent. So why are you teaching them what consent is
they
when they
should
can't
know
give consent?
Knows
Because
what
of-
consent is. When you introduce the idea, then they know whether they consent to that, and they know no matter what that adult says to them, they can go to an adult they trust
Right.
and say, "I didn't want them to touch me
Right.
there."
Consent
But
should
it
be
doesn't
learned-
matter if they want him to touch him there or
I
not.
know.
Even if they want him
I
to
know.
touch him there, it's still a bad idea.
Right, no,
No,
I
but-
know
but
that.
the idea
if
is-
they need the idea, the concept.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, consent should also being able to say, no, don't touch me.
Yeah,
Right.
Don't have-
I mean,
yeah. No. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
it should
fine, yeah.
it should be a defensible thing,
right.
or a like learning defense.
Corey says the idea should be nobody touches your not no zone.
Right.
Not no zone. I never heard of
Yeah.
calling it not no zone.
No. It's probably
Your no
autocorrect
zone.
again.
Your no zone. Your
Yeah,
no
no
zone.
no zone.
No no zone.
Yeah. That.
So wait, at my age, is it okay to ask people to touch me in my no no zone?
Yes, at your age, that is totally acceptable.
Can I get it? Will you guys please get a T-shirt for me that says "Please touch my no no zone"? Please.
I think that would be funny.
Can I wear that on the cruise?
That would be hilarious.
I would get
mean,
kicked off
you know,
that cruise
in
in a heartbeat.
in the right context, that's just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. I got 7 minutes. Phil.
No, we got NFL picks.
We're not going to do NFL.
Oh, we're
picks.
not?
No, I'll send them out to everybody, and I'll send them out to everybody before I shut down the
Cool,
computer.
because I want to look at stats.
Yeah, and it's going to be 10 picks because we're going to pick who has the most turnovers in the game, who has the most passing yards.
Okay.
So there'll be
That's
a
a bunch of
lot.
picks.
I want to give
Okay.
people time to really
Good.
think about that. And really, I just want Lori to lose every one of them so I can finally catch up
What,
with her.
what is the score?
I wasn't going to talk about that tonight. Remember? Didn't we have that conversation?
No, you said.
No is no. I did not consent.
I did though.
Damn it, Lori. Lori's raping my football knowledge. All right. So the score, Lori has 370.
Yes, it's higher than I thought.
I have 331.
Yes.
Paul has 320. Tom 302. Dennis 301. Trojo 295. Last place, just like your fucking Cowboys.
Damn, I broke 300. I didn't think I was going to break 300.
Well, and you're one ahead of Dennis, so.
Did Dennis? Because remember you asked Dennis to do the preview or the.
So Dennis didn't do preview picks.
I mean,
That's
preseason or
preseason.
whatever.
That's why he's that far back. He was
I know.
winning before that.
Yeah.
But he's slowly catching up because some of the other preseason stuff he did pick.
Yeah. Okay.
So just so that you guys are aware,
Because I think he would be ahead of me.
we have Super Bowl winners here. The only one that can win the Super Bowl winners is Lori,
Yes.
Trojo, and Paul because they all picked Kansas City.
I don't remember who I picked.
If they win the Super Bowl,
I really. Thought
if they win the
Detroit
Super
was
Bowl and Pat Mahomes is the MVP, then Trojo would score an extra 50 points, which would be a big deal for him.
Yeah.
And then the NFL MVP has not been announced yet, but I don't believe anybody can win that. It's not going to be Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud, Brock Purdy, Patrick Mahomes, or CMC. It's either going to be Josh Allen or Lamar. So there's
I
that.
thought they were talking about Saquon Barkley.
It could be Barkley too, but anyway, none of us picked any
Yeah.
of the three
Yeah,
that
no,
are
I
in
know.
the lump.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's do parting shots. Phil, before you leave, do you have any parting shots?
Nothing that comes to mind, but thanks for asking.
Do what I can. All right, Lori, do you have any parting shots?
It's supposed to snow this week. It's supposed to snow this week. Sorry, Tom. My parting shot. Please come visit Tom.
Even if it snows,
Even if it snows, buy
I'll
some.
be here.
Alcohol does not freeze people.
Well, it
Can you
does, but it
could
has
you
to be
make-
really cold.
We won't get that cold.
Could you make alcohol out of melted snow?
Oh man, you're gonna
Like,
get
could
me
use
going
that for
down
water?
a rabbit hole.
What?
Could you use that for the water?
Really?
I
I mean, do you use water in your alcohol?
yeah. I
Okay.
mean, water's the
Snow
basis.
cones. Alcohol snow cones. That would be
Alcohol snow cones, Tom.
Let's go.
yeah.
Oh my God! Can you head up for the show next Sunday?
That would be amazing.
Boozy snow cones.
Alcohol snow cones.
Yeah, that's easy.
You would sell those by the dozen, dude.
Not in January or February.
Can you have those ready for the employee Christmas party, holiday party we're doing here on February 5th?
Yeah.
Yeah, could you
Yeah.
do?
Yeah. All I
adult
need is
snow
some
cones?
shaved ice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't shave it, it's hairy. So yeah.
Well,
please shave it.
No, you don't want hairy ice.
No hairy ice.
Yeah. It's stuck between your teeth and
Margie said, Margie, I'm on the fringe of being offended now. Kevin, your advanced debate skills surely added to your daughter's action. Let me just say this, Margie. I like you, and I appreciate your contribution to the show on a regular basis, but please don't pretend to fucking know about my daughter's action or how I may or may not have contributed to it. The things I say on the show are conversations, but how I was a father in real life, you know nothing about. So there's that. Alcohol Slurpee, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think.
But hold on, what do you have that would work as an alcohol Slurpee? Because don't you need it to be a little sweeter? Like, I mean, you're alcohol, but
Candy apple red is sweetened.
Candy apple
that would be
go?
really good. You know, a little bit. I don't have an award for that one yet. It hasn't.
What are
completed.
these up here?
These are all awards I won.
I know. So what is this? award
That's
for?
my bourbon.
That's your bourbon.
I wouldn't do a bourbon slurp. Well, I don't know, man. If you were to do like a bourbon sour, ooh,
Bourbon sour Slurpee, maybe.
yeah, that'd be.
What is this
tasty.
here?
That is not available anymore. That is one of my Rickhouse labels. That is a peat smoked peach rye whiskey.
So peach, that probably would have been a good Slurpee.
Yeah, but it's smoky. It's peated.
Okay, what is
Toasted
this?
Toasted Joe would make a really good Slurpee.
No, it wouldn't, because it tastes like coffee, and I hate
Yeah.
coffee. What is this?
That is my apple brandy.
So that would be good, right?
Yeah, actually, that would be really good, but I'm sold out of that at the moment. So, yeah.
Business is good.
By February, I should have my raspberry hibiscus vodka. That would be really good as a Slurpee.
Raspberry
Hibiscus, yeah.
vodka.
That's going to be distilling here soon. And then I'm also doing a blueberry vanilla. That would be that'd make
You got anything lemon?
The raspberry, or I'm sorry, the bourbon sour is lemony.
Is it lemon?
Yeah. Your sweet and sour mix is lemon and lime. That would be really tasty.
Okay. And would those be pretty strong alcoholic beverages in a snow cone?
You don't want to make them too strong because then you just melt all the ice.
Yeah.
And then you have a watered down drink.
Would the alcohol melt the ice really quick? Like
Yeah.
quicker than?
Yeah.
Oh, would it?
Yeah.
What if you? And it doesn't freeze, but what if you had it in the freezer? Would that make a difference?
It would help, but it'd still go pretty fast. I mean,
Right.
it's only a few degrees. Because getting ethanol to freeze, I don't remember the exact temperature.
Well,
It's
we're not trying to
way-
freeze it, but just to get.
Well,
just to get
but I'm
the-
just saying, in the grand scheme of it all, the freezing temperature of ethanol is so low that the little bit of difference between room temp and like 32 degrees is nothing.
Yeah. All right, Laura, did you have any other parting shots?
Have a great week, everybody. Woohoo!
Well, thanks for that contribution.
Your W-2s should be in the mail if you
Studied
haven't
for
gotten
that.
them already.
She studied for that all week. What am I going to say? Have a great week, everybody. Okay. Tom, parting
You're just
shots.
jealous.
I am.
Actually, I have to jump on Lori's bandwagon. I've been spinning like a top enough that I really don't have a social issue to crow about or anything. Just be nice to each other, and let's get through the first 100 days of this new administration, and see where it goes. Because right now it's just all political squawking.
And if you live in Washington, waleg.org. Check it out. Check out the bills.
Ballots came in the mail today, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Depending where you live. I know South Kitsap is trying to get another school levy going. I will vote no, just because. Let's
It's
be
not
honest.
transparent. We don't know where they're spending the money.
Well, and they say they're going to put it somewhere and then spend it somewhere else. And
The school board has done a horrible job of being transparent.
Yeah. Okay, Margie, thanks for the clarification. She said I'm complicated and very expressive as a person. The problem is I didn't find out about her until she was 9. So before she had her worldview, before she met me, she already had a worldview. Okay. My parting shots is as follows. Trump, I voted for you, but I will never vote for you again if you make me come back in the office. Oh, wait, I can't vote for you again anyway.
I was going to say.
I had a bad dream the other night that Jay Inslee actually was still governor, and then I realized it might actually be the best dream I could have because it would mean that Bob Ferguson's not governor. I think he's going to be worse.
Yeah.
So we can
No
play
doubt.
Vegas odds on that. And
We
finally, on a serious note, we got a lot of homeless folk that are out in this weather.
Yep.
If you know any of them, encourage them to go to shelters.
Yep.
The cold weather clinics are open. There's a lot of opportunities to get them out of the cold, encourage them to do so. The ones who are having mental breakdowns and mental challenges are not going to be allowed in a lot of those cold weather shelters because they've been kicked out. If that is the case and they're having a break, get them to KMH. But do things to get the homeless folks out of this weather, because this is really bad juju. They don't.
And it's going to get worse as the week goes.
Yeah.
Well, and they don't have great immune systems because they're not generally eating healthy. They don't have a lot of extra clothing. They don't, they're not in a situation to deal with this. So if you know anybody in that boat, just apply some love and try to get them out of this weather. Phil?
If you want to help them get a ride, it's 360-373-3000. Call before 8 p.m. on an activation day to help them arrange for a ride.
And they'll give them a ride to the cold weather shelter.
Yep.
So, and there's a lot of them going on. A lot of churches are doing them. There's some done through the county as well.
There's three. There's three in the county. One at the Methodist Church in Port Orchard, one at the Kingston Village Greens, and one at the Silverdale Methodist Church. And of course, Sally's is open for
Sally's
as well.
Well, but then there's also Salvation Army is still running it. They're
That's
a regular
Salvation Army.
shelter.
That's Sally's.
Oh, Sally's. Okay, and then what's the one for the kids? Coffee Oasis,
Oasis
has their shelter as well.
I think those are already full.
They may be
Coffee-O
full.
doesn't have a lot.
Yeah,
of
they still have
space.
fast.
Yeah, they may be full, but if you're in the area, I would go there. If they're full, they may have resources where to send you. If you're an adult, they're going to say you can't stay here, but we might have an idea where you can go. But just get out of this weather, man. This stuff is gross for the homeless and really, 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 really hard. So
Yeah, I volunteered for the shelters before. I mean, it's simple. We're just trying to provide you a place to sleep that's warm and
Yep.
safe, and
maybe get some food in you.
But some of these folks, like you said, they're not right, and they just want to fight you, and
And there's nothing you can
that's
do.
not fair.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
We're not the bad guys when we have to say sorry.
Yeah. No, and sometimes you got to kick him out. My nephew, whom I love very much, every time he went to Sally's, he had a manic break and was screaming at people, yelling at people, throwing things, and they had to kick him out. And it has to be safe for the masses. And he was one of those guys that couldn't be in that situation. He would have needed to have gone somewhere with a little more supervision. So that'll wrap the show. We'll be back again next Sunday at 6:00. Paul should be in studio, maybe, but I will tell you, this is the best non-AM show we've ever done. And Paul wasn't here for it. Sucker.
Aw.
Good night, everybody. Peace out, Outlaw Radio.